This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast today to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. Being a plenary meeting of the Assembly means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence today from the Chair, Assembly Member Lord Duval, and also from Assembly Member Mo Emma.
And can I take this opportunity to, with the Assembly, if you could join with me in congratulating Assembly Member Mo Emma on the arrival of her baby girl, Isabella.
Isabel, sorry, my fault.
I beg your pardon.
That's my fault, apologies. She's already been renamed.
That'll be something for her to look at in the future. Yes, I have already sent Assembly Member Isabella Conservative Party membership card, but let's move on. Let's see if that works. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since our last meeting to question the Mayor's final budget, the Environment Committee held a question and answer session with the Deputy Mayor for Environment and Energy discussing London's environmental priorities. The Economy, Culture and Skills Committee investigated the progress made on the London Growth Plan. The committee also wrote to the Mayor regarding credit unions in London. The Health Committee held a question and answer session on violence and abuse against healthcare staff in London. The Planning and Regeneration Committee published a letter urging the Mayor to listen to Londoners as disconnect over high housing design grows based on the evidence that the committee had heard. The Fire Committee wrote to the London Fire Commissioner regarding the well-being of London's firefighters, urging the London Fire Brigade to strengthen data-informed mental health support and enhance peer-to-peer provision following evidence heard by the committee. I'm just looking around. We haven't got a group here yet. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? None? Good. Tumbleweed, that's what we like. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly plenary meeting held on the 29th of January 2026 to be signed by me as a correct record? We now move on to our question and answer session. Joining us here in the chamber for the first part of the session, we have Howard Dorber, OBE, who's the Deputy Mayor for Business and Growth, and Alex Conway, the Assistant Director of Economic Development and Programmes at the GLA. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to the Deputy Mayor. Assembly members may then put their supplementary questions. We expect to put questions to you for about an hour, and I understand you have a time that you have to leave. So, guests, we would be grateful for your succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all of the questions that we have for you. The lead-off question from me is, to you, Deputy Mayor, is what are the major strategic challenges facing London's economy and how is the Mayor addressing these?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the invitation. Just to be clear, I'm very happy to do these, but also to meet people individually and to take people through some of the things that we're doing, including, hopefully, many members have been invited to some of the Grow London local events we're doing around the city. Certainly, we'll be inviting people to some of the Grow London global events we're doing, and, you know, generally, as we move into a phase when we're talking about Team London, particularly in the face of some general negative comments about London from people around the world, although we certainly recognise things that we need to do in London, we know we'll have differences of opinion about stuff about London, but we're all trying to do the same thing, particularly on the economic side, which is to promote and support our great businesses and workers across the city. So we'll try and make sure we invite people to those. There's good news and bad news, really. The good news is, you know, if we were looking outside at London from pretty much certainly any other city in the United Kingdom, and most of our competitor cities around the world, we'd be looking enviously at lots of the things that are going on in this city. We've been named the greatest city in the world for the 12th year running. This is by external, objective reviewers. The Economist has called us the most resilient city. They recently said we're the startup capital of the rest of the world outside the USA. We have intellectual property coming out of our ears. We are the university capital of the world, with 542,000 students, 150,000 international students, 140 universities. So our intellectual firepower is unrivaled globally. We are probably still, and certainly the City of London believes, we are the financial capital of the world. If we're not, we're a very close second to New York and catching up. We're the most connected city in the world. We recently won, TripAdvisor called us the tourist destination of the world for last year. They've just recently said we are the city tourist destination of the year still for this year, but we're also the top food destination in the world. There are lots and lots of good things going on. The other thing I would say is we're still growing. So we're in growth. We predict something like 1.9% growth year on year last year. When the final figures come out, about the same this year, which puts us considerably ahead of the rest of the UK, although not where we'd like to be. And we are still, I think in the notes for this meeting, there was a comment that said we're falling behind other cities in terms of productivity in the UK. That's not right. We are massively more productive than any other city in the UK, 28% more productive than the rest of the country. Only the southeast, comes anywhere close. But our productivity growth has stalled. And other cities are catching up, a bit, but from a very low base. So we're much, much more productive still, but we're not where we'd like to be. So that's the good news. The challenges are that you don't have to walk very far from where we are today to find families that are really struggling. Their unemployment rate has ticked up in London and is now ahead of the national average, which is a cause of some concern. Despite all the positive things I've talked about the city into which people and money are pouring, as they always have. But, we're in a very good place in international competitive terms in some of our growth sectors. Not all Londoners are feeling the benefits of that. And that's both in terms of individuals and in terms of businesses. So, on our high streets, high costs, lower spend per person on the high street has meant that we've got a lot of businesses, particularly in the hospitality sector, that are finding it really tough at the moment. We've got too many high streets where we've got boarded up shops. We have lots of individuals who are, economically inactive and finding it difficult to get into work. So the growth is there, and we want to build on that, but the inclusivity of the growth is what we really need to focus on. So our challenges are about maintaining that global competitiveness and driving the things that we're really good at, supporting the things that we need to improve in terms of growth and support for business, and then the inclusion bit to make sure that where there is growth, that it extends to all the people of of London. So those are the primary challenges, and I'm sure we'll go into detail on some of those things as we go.
Thank you very much. For the first question, time for the groups are allocated according to their representation on the Assembly. The first question is from Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to both of you. Now, I want to pick up on the inclusion point, so very glad to hear you mention it just then. I'm wondering if you are aware of a recent report from the Women's Budget Group and the Traveller Movement. It's called Uneven Paths, Socio-Economic and Structural Inequalities Facing Women from Romani Gypsy, Roma and Irish Traveller Communities. Are you aware of the report?
No,
but perfect.
Yeah,
I'll tell you more about
it.
So what I want to bring your attention to is that it's got some really powerful findings and recommendations. You may not be aware that only 37.4% of Romani Gypsy, Roma and Irish traveller adults are economically active, compared with 74.4% of white British population. And women are disproportionately affected. So this report recommends, amongst other interventions, that specialist apprenticeship programmes should be created with proactive job placements, and it also recommends extending support for self-employment through access to grants, loans and training, specifically in business management. Now, is this something that you and the Mayor are working on so that London can have the best possible and most sustainable and diverse economic activity?
So in terms of the traveller community, not specifically, although I'd be really interested to get a copy of the report and read that. But yes, so one of the things we identified in the growth plan, and something that, to me is a source of both, not really astonishment, but real concern, is that despite all of the years of work that have been done and the legal changes that have happened, the promotional activity that's happened to ensure that people of diverse backgrounds, women, people returning to work, prison leavers, care leavers, young people, older people in the workforce, neurodiverse people have the same opportunities as everyone else, there are still inequalities in the system. And a good example would be our black community in London. Actually, entrepreneurialism is running at twice the rate the black community is in the white community. Twice the rate. So black people in London twice as likely to start a business, which is fantastic. And there's some phenomenal stuff going on. Some things I might invite members to as well, one we're going to host here. But those businesses twice as likely to fail, and on average raise only, as in terms of income, raise only 2/3 what a white-owned business raised in the first year. I've spoken to black entrepreneurs in London who've had trouble getting premises, trouble getting suppliers, trouble even with customers not taking them seriously. And some of these things, despite the legal protections, need to be hammered at. And part of that is about empowering people and giving them the information to support them, which, for example, on the business side, we're doing through Grow London Local. Some of it's about training and access to opportunities. And some of it's then working with things like DWP and the Careers Service to help people actually identify what the opportunities are and train them up to be job ready. So, I can put this two ways.
Can I pause you there? Because I totally take that you're interested in inclusive growth. I was raising very specifically a report by the Traveller Movement and the Women's Budget Group. And so what I think my final question is, would you be prepared to meet with them to discuss the ideas that they've put forward in their report?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. That's much appreciated.
Next is Assembly Member Bokhari, please.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that has been quite frustrating for the Assembly is the lack of transparency and detail when it came to the budget, and particularly on the £2 million being spent on the AI task force. And what we'd like to know is specific details that has been shared to you by the Mayor on how it's actually going to work and upskill Londoners and support London businesses, particularly the smaller businesses.
Okay, so let's be clear. It's 20 million with the AI task force, but the money is not for the task force. We don't expect the task force itself to cost any money. So this is something that's come up since the growth plan. I'll try and keep this succinct. There is real concern, particularly among young people, particularly among people coming to the end of their school period and undergraduates, about what sort of a job market they're going to graduate into because of the way in which AI is changing the world of work. And some of these changes are likely to be permanent and very quick. We've never quite had this sort of a technological change before, because previous technological changes have been, slower, and they've not had such sort of sharp changes as we face potentially with AI. So the task force's job, which will be the details of which, the membership of which will be announced shortly. We've had really a lot of interest, actually, because we're the only city doing this, is to look at the impact of AI in the job market, and then what types of role may be at risk of imminent change, and then how can we skill people up both to know what's coming and then to adapt to it by retraining or additional training so that other jobs are available.
So just to clarify, 20 million, but not all for the task force.
No, the 20 million...
And you will be sending the details soon. When's the date? When are we going to get that detail?
It's imminent.
Imminent,
it'll be, and because we intend the task force to
so we had the budget all confirmed, and we didn't have the deal, but we will have it at some point.
Yeah, so it run and finish by the summer, and the money will be predominantly for things like those training courses, and for some implementation of recommendations for that for task force. But the money is not to run the task force; it's to do stuff the task force directs us to do.
Okay. I mean, it would have been nice to have the detail beforehand, but okay, fine. Right. Well, the growth plan, as you mentioned, we've discussed it at the Economy Committee meeting as well that we just had recently. One of the key areas of growth is upskilling Londoners. But how are you going to evaluate it? How are we going to make sure that you are really making a success of funding, that you're closing the sector-specific skills gap?
Right. So we've got four primary KPIs in the growth plan. 150,000 new good jobs by the end of this mayoral term. One, increasing the GDP of London by 20%, 107 billion by 2035. Getting productivity back on track to 2% year-on-year growth by 2035, and then improving the income of the least well-off 20% of Londoners by 20% by 2035. Okay. So that's the anti-poverty bit. We are monitoring it as we go, and we'll report on a regular basis. We've just had the first year, and one of the key actions that we had in the first year was setting up the inclusive talent strategy, which is really retooling the whole of the skills system to be employer focused, and with the greatest respect to successive governments, we ended up in a system where the whole skills system was really, the customer was the government rather than employers or learners. So we're putting employers, both public and private sector, at the heart of that process. And that is specifically to answer this question. What are the skills you need? What are the engagements you need? Not just the qualifications, but the engagements with learners during the process of them being in college that will help them to then go straight into a job. So it'll be based on learner outcomes getting into employment. And we've got some really good courses that do a fantastic job, and some others that historically haven't actually resulted in enough people getting in. So it's very much focusing on getting people into jobs.
Also, when you talk about Skills Academy programme, the partial performance data on this was only published in February this year, and another review commissioned on it still never materialised. We've also got £5.4 million allocated on the programme for job outcome. A mere £142,269 or 2.5% of those payments were claimed. Learners and providers are citing red tape to claim relatively minimal completion payments. Ultimately, it really wasn't worth the effort. So will incentives for learners be reintroduced under the inclusive talent strategy, and how will it be easier for them to claim?
That's something we're looking at. I mean, the incentives was a way of trying to really drive some delivery in, as you said, a programme that needed a push, and we keep that under review. The funding for Adult Skills Fund is now part of the integrated settlement, which gives us 3 years of integrated funding, which for the first time, and the other thing that's happening is that until now, funding for adult skills was delegated to us but not devolved, which means we didn't actually have a lot of room for manoeuvre in moving money around. So, I pay tribute to the previous government for delegating it. This government has now devolved it. So from this year onwards, we'll actually have the ability to move money around between courses where they're working and not working, and that'll make a big difference.
All right, thank you.
Assembly Member Georgiou, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Mr. Deputy Mayor, in London over the past 12 months, unemployment has increased to up to 7%, youth unemployment has increased to 18%, business closures are up 70,000, job losses are up 134,000, millionaires who have left London is up to 11,000. At what point will you concede that the anti-business, anti-growth policies of your mayor, your boss, and this Labour government have destroyed London's economy?
Well, I accept some of your numbers, but I don't accept for a minute that either the government or the mayor are anti-business. In fact, this is the most pro-business mayor we've ever had, which is why I'm sitting here, because I chose to join the administration because Sadiq has done the right things. The mayor has done the right things over the last 9 years, and which is why we have a really good working relationship with the business community in London, and why we brought everybody together in the growth plan, specifically to answer some of the structural things that you're talking about and how we can solve and overcome some of these challenges. In terms of millionaires leaving London, that's been overblown. We actually have a similar number of millionaires and billionaires to that which we had before the new government came in. I appreciate some people, for personal tax reasons, have chosen to go and live in other countries. But at the same time, at the moment, we've got Americans flooding in, for example. So a really significant number of high net worth Americans. George Lucas, for example, just bought a house in North London, which is great. And so the people coming here specifically because of some things our government's done, and UK London remains a safe environment. We've seen some economic and also, unfortunately, political instability around the world. We remain a really safe, good place to do business, which is why we are the #1 place for foreign direct investment in the whole of Europe. So I absolutely agree that youth unemployment, graduate unemployment, number of young people not in education, employment or training is much higher than we want it to be, and that's exactly what we're trying to tackle through the growth plan.
Well, with the greatest respect, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if that's the case, then why have leaders from some of Britain's biggest businesses written an open letter to the Chancellor calling for the reversal of your government's policies, including the likes of increasing national insurance? So just to name a few, of which these are big players in London as well. So Sainsbury's, Tesco, Asda, B&Q, Boots, Burger King, Currys, Holland & Barrett, Iceland, Morrison's, Primark, Screwfix and Superdrug. And I could go on, as there were a lot more major businesses that wrote to the Chancellor and signed their names to that letter. So given what you've said, that doesn't chime with what they're saying and their views of the Mayor and the Chancellor's actions. So who's right or wrong?
So that, as I understand it, is a specific letter from businesses concerned about a specific tax, which they've written to the Chancellor about, and which, of course, they're right to do. We have made representations to the Chancellor, for example, on the recent VAT for the hospitality sector, where the Chancellor gave a very welcome reduction for pubs, and the Mayor said that's great, but we should look at other hospitality businesses as well, and the impact that VAT rises have had on business rate rises have had on those businesses. What I would point you to is the very strong support that the mayor had after 2 terms of a socialist mayor in London. We got a letter signed by 80 business leaders supporting him as the right person to have a 3rd term. I'm not going to read out the names there, but I won't. But I do.
Well,
I do know.
so,
I do know that you didn't have a list of 80 businesses supporting your party at the time.
Firstly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, he's not a socialist; he's a commie. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would say to you, you just said something very revealing, and I know these colleagues over here don't like to listen because they're just about to heap praise on you and the mayor because that's all they're here to do, nothing important. But I would ask, you said that you expressed concerns with the Chancellor's national insurance increase. Is that the Mayor's position too?
No, sorry.
I bet you will be sorry after this meeting.
If I gave that impression, what I said was we expressed concern with some specific policies. One being the business rates.
So, are you pro the national
hospitality
insurance
sector.
increase?
Sorry.
Were you pro the national insurance increase?
I know that the Chancellor inherited a dysfunctional economy after 14 years of government, and she had to.
Intelligent man. What is your view? What's your view?
My view.
You can carry your own. Don't worry about Rachel Reeves.
My view. So let's be clear. You're asking me to make a comment on Rachel Reeves.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think
Chancellor.
the national insurance
I
increase
think Rachel's
right?
doing the right things. I think she stabilised the public finances. I think we're in a position where we have headroom. In the public finances for the first time in ages.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question, but he doesn't want to answer,
is she doing the right
Mr.
things?
Chairman.
I said, yes, she's doing the right things.
He doesn't want to answer. But thank you so much. I've really enjoyed it, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you and good morning. I want to talk about the London Growth Plan and the progress you're making. We're just over a year in. What progress has been made against the one-year actions in the growth plan?
So we have met nearly all of our one-year actions. There's 1 or 2 things that we're still working on. The big thing was obviously the development of the inclusive talent strategy and bringing the business community into that. We have got a number of programmes that are identified in the growth plan, for example, in supporting high streets, in supporting small businesses, in helping small businesses to get more contracts with public sector providers, which is a big push that we've got on at the moment. We have worked with London boroughs on local support for business initiatives, we've done pretty well in terms of our 1-year commitments. A lot of these were setting in place the things that are then going to deliver the 10-year strategy, and we're now looking at what we do over the next 2 to 3 years as a priority on the plan. But we're on track, and the plan, I would say, has held up very well. A year is a long time in politics, and in this global economy, a year is a long time. But actually, we're pretty close to where we wanted to be. One thing that I'd say we did that ended up being much better than we thought is we said we'd turbocharge London Life Sciences Week. It's a very specific thing, but to try and get that to be a bigger and more important global event, we put £500,000 into that. We raised extra money in terms of commercial sponsorship, and we really leapt up to be probably now, certainly in terms of real engagement between investors and companies, the second most important, sorry, not biggest, quality over quantity, the second most important conference in the world. And a lot of people were saying, we don't think we'll bother go to San Francisco's JPM conference now because London Life Sciences Week was so good. We're going to build on that again this year, and we're really establishing that as, London is the place where the world comes to talk about the next generation of life sciences. So there's some things where we're ahead of where we wanted to be, and broadly it's doing well.
Great to hear. I know there's a lot of excitement in councils about this growth plan and about how London is really taking growth very seriously. What does London need from government and also from councils to deliver more growth?
So I'm very pleased, and there's one or two members around the table who are involved in local authorities. I'm very pleased with the way that, partly because the growth plan was put together on a cross-party basis, with support all the way through and involvement of London councils as well as the stakeholders and business community, that the local authorities across London have followed that with either an updated or a new growth plan, focused on some of the areas that they can bring to the party. And I think that's been really useful, because it's helped people concentrate, what are the things we want to see, but also what are the things that we can influence, and where is it something that should happen at a regional level, or indeed, asking for support at a national level. The next things that are coming out, the London Infrastructure Framework, which is coming out soon, will set out a series of the key infrastructure projects that we think London needs to grow. Obviously, the first of those, which the government's already signified support for, is DLR to Thamesmead as a transport project. We're going to put the other transport projects in there as well, and say, this is where we need to go. For a lot of those, we need government support. And not necessarily financial support, but allowing London to raise some of the money to deliver these things itself. And that's an ongoing conversation about how we fund some of those things. With government, the key thing is going to be stability, and that, I think, was signalled last week with the spring statement. Steady as you go. Now, a lot of changes have been made at national level. Delivering out some of those national programmes and our programmes in the growth plan is going to be the key, I think. But we need the government to keep doing what it's doing.
Yeah, that's great. And in addition to the DLR, I know Assemblymember Harani Mahfouz and I are very excited about the progress made with the West London Orbital, which will, of course, deliver lots of growth to North and West London, and that's a great example of councils working together with City Hall. But in addition, from actions from government, what more do we need from London businesses to see growth?
Well, London businesses, I have to say, have come on board with the growth plan really strongly. So the body that oversees the delivery of the growth plan, and this is an important thing, because of course it's the Mayor's growth plan, but it's also London's growth plan, and it's not just the Mayor's plan, it's a plan for the whole London. The Mission Board has business representation from business groups on there. We report to them, meet them on a regular basis. I think called the London Business Board, which meets on a monthly basis to talk to the business organisations, without singling any groups out, I'll pay tribute to Business London, for example, who stepped up to be the owners, effectively, the London Skills Improvement Plan a few years ago. That's now jointly curated between us and them. But also London Chamber, the FSB, London CBI have all offered support, including through, for example, the inclusive talent strategy, not just serving on our boards looking at particular sectors, but talking about bringing money in and co-funding some of the programmes, including particularly where we're talking about people getting experience of work. I think the business community is at the table. We would say to, if you run a small business in London, have a look at Grow London Local, which is there to provide a one-stop shop of business support. It may be that you find that you're already doing all the things that they can offer. But if you aren't, there's signposting to the free support that already exists in a network across London. If you're a fast-growing business, have a look at Grow London Global, which offers support for the really high growth sort of venture capital back type businesses, and come and be part of the programs we've got. So, and if you're a big business, look at where you can support people into to employment. We've had some really good individual successes recently. So far this year, we've got 2 unicorns out of London. Alika Bank, which people probably heard of. They do a lot of TV advertising. London-based unicorn now. Faculty, which you might not have heard of, which is a spin out from UCL, just got bought by Accenture for over $1 billion. That, compounds our position of being the not just the unicorn capital of Europe, but we've got more unicorns coming out of London than, say, France and Germany, not just Paris and Berlin, but France and Germany put together. JP Morgan's announcement at the end of last year that they're going ahead with a £3 billion investment into Canary Wharf with a new building is good. Quantex's just opened the new headquarters on the South Bank. And all of these businesses have signalled that they want to be part of delivering the inclusive bit of the strategy as well, which I think is really good.
Great. Thank you so much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Howard. How are you?
All right, good to see you.
Yeah, long time no see, actually. Yeah. Many residents and small businesses in my patch of Havering and Redbridge have growing concerns about the number of betting shops and fast food shops in the high street. Is the Mayor going to be able to help local authorities to either limit or be able to provide other alternatives which people really need and to make sure there is a variety of offer for people on the high streets?
I'm glad you asked me that question. Funny enough, I was in Redbridge last week with the authority walking around some of the town centres. Actually, Redbridge, Ilford Town Centre, for example, is doing pretty well. It's quite vibrant. They've got a really good business improvement district, and there's lots of positive signs there. The current planning and licensing regime for things like betting shops makes it quite difficult, as you know, for local authorities to stop them from opening up on the high street. And around the country, you'll find betting shops are usually the first chain that arrives, particularly in less well-off areas. And I'd sort of separate out here the sort of Ladbrokes and Paddy Powers, who actually have quite a good and developed sense of social responsibility. Whether we want to have lots of betting shops like that on the high street or not, and then the slots arcades, which I have a real concern about. Certainly something we'd like to look at, and I would say I know people in the government and in local councils looking at whether we can change those rules, which would enable local authorities to have more of a say about where those betting shops proliferate or not. With fast food, there are already some established rules both at London level and at local level in terms of not locating close to schools and so on. What I want to see is vibrant, diverse high streets with a mixture of chains and independent retailers. We've got 250 town centres across London. We've got 600 high streets. They've had a real battering over the last few years. Obviously the various economic things didn't help before COVID. What COVID has done is it's really accelerated the speed at which people buy things online. So now one in every £2 is spent online rather than in the real world. And that's something that, along with higher costs, rent rates, staffing costs, supplier costs, energy costs, has meant I talk to a lot of businesses who are actually, not making a profit. And they're running, but they're running to keep going. The owners aren't taking a lot of money home. And those are numbers which we're determined to change. Support for high streets in terms of the planning side, but also support for individual businesses.
Thank you. Well, perhaps we can meet in a couple of months to see how we can work together on that.
I'm very happy to do that.
Thank you. We now move on to other members asking questions. And the first member to ask a question is Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. Good morning. When the Labour government came in and they promised growth, I suspect most other people, especially people that run businesses, was thrilled to hear about that. So if I could just ask you, with one of her first moves to put up national insurance for the employers, were you just surprised about that?
I know what Rachel faced when she came in terms of the public finances, which were not in a good state, and she's had to take some difficult decisions. I'd say on balance, she's hit the right note. Within that, there have obviously been some things that have caused concern for businesses as well as for other people, and on many of those things. After consultation, she's changed plans. For example, on business rates for hospitality.
But if I can keep it narrow, because I haven't got time, I could talk to you all day about this because I feel passionately about small businesses, and I have to admit I've run one for decades, and employed people and apprentices. And I know that if you are going to take on school leavers as apprentices, the reason we've got a low wage for those people to start with is because, quite frankly, they come into your business and they know nothing. They don't know how to deal with other people often, and you have to accommodate that. If you're teaching them a trade, you give up so much of your time. So those people are really economically inactive for that business for quite a while, which is why they are on a low wage. Which is why putting up national insurance contributions for employers is devastating for particularly youth employment. And I mean, I've seen the figures. You've touched on it in your introduction, 18.6 on youth unemployment. And it really doesn't help when small businesses are lumbered with all of these extra taxes, because if they can employ somebody that has got some experience on more or less the same wage, because the minimum wage has gone up, and I get why it's gone up, but nevertheless, if they can employ somebody that's actually got some experience that can deal with customers if it's a shop, that knows the trade if it's a trade, they're going to employ that person, and they're not going to take somebody on and think, right, I'll put a lot of work and energy into that person and pay them more or less the same as somebody with experience. And this is what is damaging, so damaging for youth employment, isn't it?
Well, that's one of the issues we're tackling ourselves through the inclusive talent strategy, is exactly that, to give people the soft skills as well as the qualifications they need to get into employment, and to tackle specifically with something, for example, we're tackling through the Youth Employment Trailblazers programme, which is funded by national government, specifically to answer some of those issues about young people's work readiness and their ability to go into the workforce. The businesses are struggling with a lot of increased costs, as I mentioned, and it's always going to be a balance between the tax that falls on the individuals and tax that falls on businesses. I think the government's got it about right. I'd certainly like to see taxes reduce over time for businesses as the opportunity arises to do so. I don't speak for the Chancellor, but I know that she's had some difficult balancing act to do.
I accept that, but equally, if you're looking for growth, you should be looking at how you could help businesses in the first place, because it's businesses that create growth. It isn't public bodies. It isn't all lots of other things. It is businesses. And we're a nation of small businesses. And there are so many things that are put in the way of a small business. I know. I've run one. It is extremely difficult. And what we're doing now, the number of people that are now not taking on apprentices, they're now not taking on young people, because why would they? Why would they put all that energy in for somebody that they can pay the same amount to? And that is very damaging for young people going forward, because the times you listen to radio call-ins and people say, oh, I can't get a job because they want somebody with experience. And you can't get experience if you can't get a job. And that's absolutely right. You and I will completely agree on that. But when it's not so much cheaper to employ somebody to bring them into those skills, and skills learned in the workplace are invaluable. And this is what is damaging. This is why on this particular issue, forget the other ones, I was staggered when I saw her increase employers' national insurance, because it was always going to damage the younger people. I'm running out of time. I'm glad you've offered to meet us all. I would love to meet you to discuss this, because I have decades of experience, and I would also love to talk to you about London and Partners, because I'm sure we would not agree on that one. But thank you, Chair.
Do you want an answer, or we'll answer in person. But what, just very quickly, what I would say is that 99% of the businesses in London are small businesses. They employ 54% of Londoners. They are where growth is going to come from, as well as the big shiny things that we all support. Most of the big businesses in London don't need our help. They know what they're doing. They crack on. It's the small businesses that need the support, and that's why I've made that a particular focus of what I've done as Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmad, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Alex. Deputy Mayor, the Nightlife Task Force has delivered its report to the Mayor, as we've established. What actions will you and the Mayor now be taking to support London's economy between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m?
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, here it is. Nightlife Task Force report. Let me, I mean, obviously I'm going to pay tribute to my boss, but let me say something about how we did this. We wanted an independent view. So rather than us put together a group internally, with politicians on it and so on, we asked a group of industry experts from a diverse spread of the nighttime, the nightlife economy, because this is nightlife specific rather than the rest of the nighttime economy, and asked Cameron Leslie to chair it independently, and they've come up with a very serious report. Builds on the work that had been done previously by the Mayor and his administration, including lots of things that have been groundbreaking globally, in which other cities around the world are following. So the report's very serious. The first thing it says is set up a permanent commission with representatives of the industry on it, which we will be doing with some funding to help them to deliver stuff. It looks at supporting, for example, smaller venues, and it's identified some of the real pressures on the sector. It looks at, for example, licensing, where we have the opportunity through the licensing pilot to create a level playing field across London, and some shared best practice, a London-wide licensing policy for the first time, which, we're behind nearly all of our global competitors in having a citywide licensing policy, and then to work with local authorities on how we deliver that. And I think there's some really good examples there around the city where individual authorities have set up their own nighttime action plans, and where we can work together on reducing some of the complexity and cost to Assembly Member Hall's point, the costs for some of those businesses involved in the nightlife industry through going through the regulatory process. So a lot of serious recommendations to work through. We are working through them, and the Commission will be responsible for holding us to account for that, as well as obviously the Assembly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The Mayor's committed to supporting economic growth and culture in the capital. His Nightlife Task Force has raised... so sorry. Sorry, if I could start again. Do you expect the Mayor's new licensing powers to support London's nighttime hospitality businesses?
Yes. We have been given a pilot by the government to look at. So the theory is the Mayor would have a call-in power over licensing decisions. What that really means is we have no intention of the Mayor being the licensing authority for London. That is the role of local authorities. But having the power to get involved gives us a seat at the table. We weren't even a statutory consultee on licensing decisions before, which is counterintuitive because, for example, if somebody applies for permission to build a big nightclub, The planning would go through the local authority, and we'd also be involved in the planning. We would have set a London-wide planning policy. We would be zoning things. We'd be saying what areas are, central activity zone, what areas are, metropolitan centres, and so on. So all of the planning we are jointly responsible for, and we can take a London-wide view. The licensing then comes down to a licensing committee. With local input, and it's right that they take that decision. But the policies in which they operate, and they can decide, what is appropriate for London. We literally were not statutorily involved in that at all. So it does make sense for us to have a licensing policy for London, to have what we're calling a playbook of best practice across the city, and so I think it will make a real difference because it will give people certainty about what happens.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. This has been tried a couple of times already, and you have managed to swerve the question, so we'll see if you can do it third time lucky. When the list of businesses that Assembly Member Georgiou read out said that the NI increase was hurting to them, you didn't say whether you agreed that they were right or wrong to say that. When the Go-Ahead and Arriva handed back their contracts because of the NI increase, the Mayor actually accepted that that was partly because of the NI contribution. And when we're seeing businesses in the nighttime sector and nightlife really struggling, 90% say they are facing unmanageable costs, much of that due to the NI rise. Are they right or are they wrong?
Well, look, I don't speak on behalf of the government. I speak on behalf of the Mayor.
No, I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to. Sorry, I'm asking you as the business. You are the business Deputy Mayor. I'm asking you to say, are those businesses right or wrong? I'm not asking you to speak for the government. You don't work for them.
I would say businesses have every right to identify things that in their particular business have, in their view, a detrimental impact on their ability to employ people, their costs of operation. Are
they right or wrong in that assessment?
I think Rachel did the right thing.
No, are they right or wrong in that assessment? She might have done something that you think she had to do. I mean, we could argue about that a different day, but it's damaging these businesses. Were they right or wrong when they said that?
It's down to those businesses to make the representations.
No, it's not. When it came to tax relief, which, by the way, I agree with you on the looking at business rates, you were happy to say that was the wrong decision by Rachel Reeves, and you'd speak on that. It wasn't down to the businesses then. So on this, are the businesses right or wrong?
I'm not going to criticise the government for the decisions that they've taken.
I'm not asking you to criticise the government. I'm saying, are the businesses right or wrong that it's damaging them?
I'm going to say the businesses speak on their on what they think are the priorities.
But you're happy to speak up for businesses otherwise, and that is literally your job as the Deputy Mayor. You are the Deputy Mayor for businesses. You're supposed to speak up for businesses, not just say, oh, that's their problem. It's up to them what they think. I'm asking you, is it right or is it wrong?
With respect, there is a difference with business rates because we are recipients of some of those business rates. So
we could go into a raft of areas where you're happy to stand up for businesses.
Yeah.
So let's come back to the core question, which you cannot answer. Are businesses right or wrong when they say it's damaging them?
It's right for businesses to speak up on the things that they think.
Are they right or wrong that it's damaging them?
They're right to speak up in their interests.
Are they right or wrong that it's damaging them?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Well, isn't it funny? If the government was so right, then surely you'd say no, they are wrong to say that because that Rachel Reeves is perfect.
I think what I've said is that Rachel had a really difficult job to do to raise.
And I'm asking you: is it damaging them? Is it damaging them?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Well, I think as Deputy Mayor for Business, you've said enough about how far you're willing to go for business today. Thank you.
I know what you want to do, but I'm not going to do it.
Given him enough.
Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
I know they're always delighted when I get on the microphone, and I'm also delighted to see that Assembly Member Georgiou's done his bit for the economy by, from a fashion statement point of view, going out and making himself look like the Mayor by going out and buying a gilet. So, congratulations to him for showing his empathy.
Yeah, he actually looks a little bit like the Mayor of New York, I have to say, in that outfit.
Oh, yeah.
Nice one.
But. On a slightly more serious note, I want to take us back just 18 months or so, and the state of the NHS. The state of the NHS was a position where I remember people were desperately trying to get appointments with dentists. They couldn't see consultants over very serious concerns. And the government that came in at the time had inherited an NHS that was entirely and utterly broken. Their response was to increase the tax which is related to NHS funding, national insurance contributions, by 1% in order to pay for that. And we've seen that NHS transformed in the last 18 months. People can get dentist appointments. They can see the consultants that they desperately need to see. We've seen ambulance response times come down considerably as a result of that. Do you think that was the right decision?
I think we have seen a transformation in the NHS. And if I put my business hat on here, and I know Assemblymember Georgie likes to talk about philosophy of some of these things, but I was involved in my previous job in trying to work with the NHS in terms of the life science sector, and the problem was that up till 2024, the view of how you get the private sector involved in the NHS was effectively privatising bits of the NHS for profit, trying to create an internal market with the NHS, which ended up being very inefficient and a very bad way of having the NHS interface with business. What we have now is a much more coherent system within the NHS. We've taken out layers of management, and it has put itself in a position where it's now a very effective partner for business, and people are flocking to the UK because of our NHS, and because it's now in a space where it's able to, for example, share data internally, which doesn't happen in the American healthcare system, between healthcare systems, and where people are looking to the NHS as a model of how you deliver excellent healthcare, but also innovation. And that's very exciting. And I think it's going to result in significant additional income for the NHS in terms of interfacing with business as a strong publicly owned entity, rather than trying to force a market inside the NHS which breaks it up and actually makes it less coherent and more expensive.
Absolutely. We know, of course, that a healthier workforce is a more productive workforce as well. So results for those individuals who have better health outcomes, but also for their employers as well. So just moving from something which was a bit more partisan to something that's cross-party, actually. So the London Assembly, the Oversight Committee, which I chair, we came up with a report last year which talked about the introduction of overnight stay levy across London. We called on the government to introduce that as part of their legislative programme, and they, of course, have now done so and completed a consultation with London and other cities as to how that could be introduced. As we've heard from you earlier, London is the #1 city for destination as voted by TripAdvisor and a number of other sites. How will the introduction of overnight stay levy be a win-win-win for Londoners, for our economy and for visitors alike?
Okay, well, I know you're going to hear from UK Hospitality later today, and we have a difference of opinion with them. We think this is something that could be very important and useful for London. We're the only major city in the G7 that doesn't have a levy like this. Anybody who's been abroad on holiday to Paris, Rome, Berlin, New York, Las Vegas, most European cities will see at the bottom of their bill, a local levy sometimes per person per stay. Sometimes it's a percentage, which on a normal hotel bill will add up to the cost of a cup of coffee. It's paid by the tourist or the visitor rather than so it's not a tax on the actual business; it's tax on the visitor, and it could raise funds, for example, for the promotion of tourism. One of the things that surprised me, honestly, when I got this job, is that we have a zero tourism budget. There is no money for the promotion of tourism. There's no money from national government for the promotion of tourism in London, and actually there's limited money for promotion of tourism at national level at all, and that compares with some of our competitors. So Paris has a tourism budget of something like 30 million euros. In New York, it's split between the city and the state, but together, about $200 million for the promotion of New York City and state. If you go to some of our competitors in the Middle East, and obviously, and we should respect that they're going to go through they're already in a really, really difficult period. But historically, they've spent, across the UAE, for example, £400 million per year on promoting tourism, and our starting budget is zero. So to be able to raise some funds for the promotion of tourism, to drive footfall into the hotels, to support events in London, to support things, particularly in the part of the year, sort of now, January, February, March, where it's very quiet. We have 150,000 hotel rooms in London, 75% full generally, average £175 a night. But January, February, March, they're very quiet. So to be able to do things in that space together with the industry would make a real difference. Now, the industry will say, it's on top of VAT on hotel rooms. That's going to make life more difficult. It's going to put people off from coming, and that's an ongoing conversation we have with them. We're at the process where the government's done the consultation. They will report back on what sort of levy they might.
So just on that point, very
we'll
quick.
decide what we're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So very quickly, the consultation from the government. I've asked the mayor previously in terms of the next stage is very much to make sure, and he's committed to consulting with the sector and with stakeholders, local authorities and so on, as to how it gets implemented, how it gets spent. Is that, just in terms of your role within that consultation and the next stage, how do you envisage that very quickly?
Well, we're already having those conversations, and I should say, the hotel industry specifically is saying that they don't think it's a good idea. They don't want the levy, and of course they'd say that because they don't want any additional burdens either on themselves or on visitors, and I absolutely respect that view. But if the government goes ahead and says they're going to allow mayoral strategic authorities to bring in the levy, we then take a decision whether we're going to do it and how we would do it within what the government set out. We haven't actually had the detail of what they set out yet. So if the government sets out something that we think we can work within, and the mayor takes a decision to go ahead and do it, then we get into consultation about how that might be implemented, and crucially, the role that the hospitality sector would have in how that money is spent as well. And certainly, back to the point that's made before about general taxes on business, we wouldn't want to do anything that didn't leave the sector better off at the end of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question is in my name, so if we can go on to the clock. Deputy Mayor, in the summer of 2020, the Conservatives on Wandsworth Council introduced Alfresco dining to help local businesses get back on their feet post-COVID. Yet in 2022, when Labour took over, they scrapped the scheme immediately, despite no mention of it in their manifesto. You ran your Summer Streets Fund last year, and there was no inclusion of Wandsworth whatsoever. What is it about supporting businesses in Wandsworth with alfresco dining that is so unattractive to you?
Well, first of all, it's not unattractive at all, and we've had some very productive conversations with local businesses and with the council in Wandsworth about how we might bring forward more opportunities for alfresco dining. Summer Streets campaign last year was massively oversubscribed. We could have spent the funding we had many times over. And we had, I think, applications from pretty much every London borough. It was wildly successful, and the point was that it was funding some of the measures that you need to make it safe. There is one particular street in Wandsworth, and I've forgotten the name of it now, where the problem is that the physical interventions to make the street safe, because it's a busy road, are actually very expensive. And what if you put in the permanent, and to do it permanently would then have long-term negative implications.
I
in terms of
understand
parking
those
stuff.
budgetary restrictions, but if you look at the example of Northcote Road, that is fully funded itself on its own budget. And that,
it is,
and yet it's been ignored by the mayor.
First of all, not ignored at all. It is Northcote Road I'm talking about, and I think everybody's in the same space in terms of what we want to do, but the process of getting there is very much more difficult than it appears at first sight.
How are you going to impress upon the businesses who are very supportive of that scheme, and the residents who are really supportive of that scheme? How are you going to persuade them that Labour just hates fun?
That's frankly beneath you, because you know that's not true. We love fun. We're pro fun. I mean, look at the licensing policy ideas, which many of your colleagues have said are inappropriate. Let's talk about Northcote Road separately, because I think that it's more. Look, I think we are certainly with the businesses and where we'd like to get to, but the process is more difficult than it looks. It's a particular street.
That's of course only difficult if Labour are in control. It wasn't difficult when the Conservatives were in control in Wandsworth. But anyway.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they did put in the permanent changes that would be needed to make it safe. So let's do that separately. What I would say is that it was a huge success, in the same way that during COVID, a lot of on-street dining. For obvious COVID reasons was made available and really changed the way people think about some of our streets across London. Something we'll be looking at again in terms of whether we'd be able to do future rounds of similar funding. But it all goes into some of the work we're doing on high streets and making high streets more profitable. And part of that is helping people to do more stuff out on the street and expand their space.
Deputy Mayor, other boroughs may believe you, but they don't believe you in Wandsworth. Anyway, I'll bring that to an end. Assembly Member Harani, please.
Thank you, Chair. So living in London means that we are obviously a world-class destination in the centre of London with culture, entertainment and our shopping districts. But we also like and love our town centres in outer London as well. Each one has its own unique offer and character. So just drawing upon some of the observations you've already made in this meeting about outer London town centres, what are you doing to help improve the situation in some of our town centres that aren't doing so well?
Right. So at the moment, there's a 22 million pound fund for local town centres through the Shared Prosperity Fund for this year. We have an ongoing programme within our regeneration team here, looking at what we can do to support things like local authorities tackling empty shops, which is a bit of a scourge, not everywhere, and we've got a real mix here. Some of our town centres, Green Lanes, for example, really vibrant, very few, if any, empty shops. Hugely supported by the local community, and a real destination for people across London. Green Street, actually. I know Umesh has just gone, but Green Street, similarly, really, really vibrant. Lots of cool stuff going on. If you haven't been to Little Bangla, just near Upton Park Tube, that's worth a trip in itself. Hugely impressive little environment of pop-up shops. Lots of good stuff going on. But you don't have to go very far. And I'd take Erith, where I went a couple of weeks ago, in Bexley. Bexley Heath, actually, town centre in Bexley as well. Some of the other outer London boroughs, Hornchurch, where there's some real issues. And there's a whole lot of reasons for that. Where we can help is by supporting through the London Plan. So when the new draft London Plan comes out later this year, you'll see real support for local high streets and for targeted initiatives. So one of the things we're looking at, for example, is how we can encourage landlords, first of all, to come together and work together in high streets. And we're very, very supportive of business improvement districts. Where you've got them, really makes a tangible difference. That's something we're going out to talk to some of the areas that don't have a business improvement district, how we can help them to get there. But also to talk to, like I said, local authorities about those empty spaces and getting landlords to the table to say, we know you're holding out for a higher rent, or we know you're hoping to redevelop the site, but in the meantime, let us take this on. There's a couple of really fantastic examples of that. One in Sutton. So Sutton Council have worked with us and with local companies to buy what was the BHS store in the centre of town, a great big box, old-fashioned department store, and they've turned that into retail at the bottom level, loads of co-working space, bars, restaurants, activity space. It's vibrant. It's paying rent. The charity that's taken on it's paying rent to the council. Council bought the building. It's washing its face. It's put 1,000 people onto the high street. Brilliant. There's a couple of other really good examples like that I won't mention now, but spreading those good practices out and helping local authorities by standing behind them when they go to talk to landlords and saying, no, we're serious, bring it back to use, please, because you're letting down the rest of High Street. There's lots more we could do there and lots more we will be doing shortly.
Sure. No. I think from a constituency perspective, we do see those thriving high streets that actually you can probably leave them alone and they'll continue to thrive as a business community. But I can point to many in my area, but some where, especially since when the banks left, many of the banks left, some of our local high streets, it's left quite a few empty units. I'm thinking of Pinner, for example, which does have that issue when some of the banks have been leaving. I've noticed in the Mayor's budget that there is £5 million in support for high streets and the hospitality sector. Have you given? Is there more information you can give us about how that will be spent?
I wish I could today, but I don't want to pre-announce some things that are coming. But watch this space, because it was identified in the growth plan, something that local councils have made representations to us about. So watch this space, but there'll be some targeted support.
Thank you. And what would you say to the hypocrisy of members who may campaign for or say that Labour is stopping fun and then campaign against the pedestrianisation of Oxford Street, which could bring some brilliant benefits in terms of using the outdoor space on high streets, on the main high street in London, to its full effect?
I don't want to get too political. What I would say is, we're in the run-up to some local elections in London, which will be highly contested, sort of 5 or 6 ways in some boroughs, and I understand why people want to portray things in particular ways. I don't think you can call a mayor who has been in favour of Alfresco dining, who's talking about changing licensing policy across London, who's organised and supported and hosted big events from NFL to St George's Day in the Square. I don't think in any way you could call our Mayor, Sir Sadiq Khan, anti-fun, nor do I think that our local authorities across London are anti-fun either. I've found that when you get beyond the party politics, actually there's a lot of unanimity on this, and most local authorities in London understand that we need to have strong cultural and nightlife and outdoor and fun activity in the city, and certainly, we are the furthest you could possibly imagine from being anti-fun.
Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that I, along with most council leaders, view the idea of the Mayor getting his mitts on licensing is something which fills us with a degree of horror. It's bad enough. It's bad enough that he interferes with planning decisions. Anyway. So, the tourism levy. There are going to be some big winners, some big losers. Those outer London boroughs which don't attract much in the way of tourism, yet their residents still have to cope with the impact of tourism upon the capital. How are you going to use the Mayor's potential 50% of all the levies to ensure that there are no losers in this particular scheme?
Well, we don't know whether how the government intends to raise or to allocate that levy. So we don't know whether there will be specific allocations for local authorities, or whether it all comes to the GLA and then it is shared out. What I would say, and I know some of the local authorities have said there should be a significant proportion that goes directly to councils, is exactly that point, that where tourists are in London, where the impact of tourists are, isn't necessarily where they're staying. The 4 boroughs have the hotel capacity that makes up the vast majority of the hotel capacity in the city. If you allocated the money based on where people are staying, then loads of it would go to central London and practically none to outer London boroughs at all. And yet, for example, Lambeth and Southwark, for example, have relatively fewer hotel rooms than, say, City of London, Tower Hamlets, Kensington, Chelsea and Westminster, but they have a lot of tourists. Millions and millions of tourists along the South Bank. So there is, it's one of the reasons why, our view is that this is something that should be done at a London-wide city level, in the same way as it is in most other cities around the world, which enables us to invest in tourism in outer London boroughs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Thank you. And you've touched on this already, Deputy Mayor, and that's the benefit of good transport links to economic growth. And can I just ask you, what is the importance of that to London's future growth, and what are you doing about it to ensure that London gets that investment in new transport infrastructure it needs?
Thank you very much for the question. And yeah, crucially important. I spent most of my previous job trying to get a railway line built, and we did, and there is, and it's now delivered, designed, managed by TfL, the most successful railway line in the country. It carries 1 in 6 rail passengers of the UK, the Elizabeth line. So 1 in 6 rail journeys in the whole country is on that one railway. It's surpassed all of the expectations, including not just the Treasury predictions of ridership, but what we said it was going to do, which the Treasury said was completely outlandish. So it's done really well. We should have, as a country, rolled on immediately to other projects. Some of our competitor cities, interestingly not in the USA, but in other countries, China particularly, are just building infrastructure. And we as a nation have fallen behind. There is a real opportunity here to learn some of the lessons from the Elizabeth line. The really good track record, actually, that TfL has of delivering projects, which is genuinely good. The DLR extension to Woolwich, for example, really good. Elizabeth line, although there was a cost overrun, that was a joint project between TfL and national government. And look at what comes next. So we've got a series of transport infrastructure projects we want to support, and those will be outlined in the infrastructure framework. But I think I'd say this: we are going to be more clear and firm about the things that we think need to happen next. We've got West London Orbital, Bakerloo Line Extension, other projects which are at an advanced stage of development, and which we should now say, right, we've got to put these on the agenda so we actually start to have a timetable towards their delivery. The other one I'd mention, which is pretty important for London, is HS2. And HS2 is now, it seems like a long time ago. It was only 3 or 4 years ago that the previous Prime Minister stood up and cancelled it, Rishi, to everyone's shock, including many of his own mayors, Andy Street. And I was standing with Andy Street at the time, working with him on how we fix it. The government has now got a plan where it's going ahead, it's going to Euston, the tunnelling started, plans are coming forward for the development of Euston around that. That will make a massive difference as well. So We've got some milestones to look forward to in terms of delivery of projects, the starting of projects. My experience is that when you start a project, that's when you get really excited inward investment around it. So we've got some stuff to look forward to.
Thank you. We've just had notice today while we've been in this meeting that the next tranche of money to progress the West London Orbital is actually now been secured. But I want to ask about Enfield, if I can. The government said there's going to be a new town there. I and the Mayor have been very clear that if you want to build housing there, you have to do something about the transport infrastructure. Because unless you devolve and metroise the Great Northern Line, that comes down into Moorgate, that development is likely to be unsustainable. Are you involved in that? And what can you do to make sure that government hears that message loud and clear?
Well, I'm not personally directly involved in that. I rode it yesterday. I was in Enfield yesterday at Capital City College, celebrating our Trailblazer programme, which is helping people to start their own business, which is really good. And if you get a chance to have a look at that, you should. And came down the Great Northern Line. There is no doubt, I think, in anybody's mind now that the London Overground programme and London taking on some of those regional railways has been a resounding success, completely transformed how people see those railway lines, transformed performance, the cleanliness of the stations, the smartness of the trains, the whole experience. And there has been without getting political, the previous mayor did a deal with the government to get all of the metro lines devolved to the mayor. As soon as this mayor was elected, the previous government blocked that deal. And that was a really, really stupid mistake. We're better at running those railway lines than the private sector have been. And yes, Great Northern should come into TfL.
Because it's going to, if it goes ahead, because it's going to be a site of growth and jobs, I think your voice needs to be in there making that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, Lord Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, guests. How are you? Listen, ultimately, London's success of a global city depends on whether people want to and can afford to move here. So do you, Deputy Mayor, accept that the failing to deliver enough homes is a direct threat to London's economic delivery?
I absolutely accept that the problems in the housing market are a challenge and a threat. Yes, that's fully identified in the growth plan. Something that businesses raise with us all the time. When you talk about failure, we have to be quite careful here because again, after 20 years. Working as a managing director of a property company, building housing, amongst other things. The number one issue here is interest rates. That's the number one issue. Why is the housing market in the state it's in? It's because of the Liz Truss budget. It's a direct correlation. It destroyed the housing market by raising costs for mortgages, raising costs for people to employ people. Second problem we had was Brexit, which put up all the costs of materials. And the problem there is that, you can say we should never have been part of the EU, but we were, which meant our supply chain for materials into the construction sector came from across Europe, which means that, for example, we don't make lifts in the UK. We should, but we don't, because we didn't need to, because there were manufacturers across the EU as part of the market that brought lifts in. All those costs have destroyed the housing sector.
Can I just say two things? You, earlier on, refused to say that the NI did damage the businesses in London and this country, but yet you've just cited the cost of employment as being one of the problems as to why we haven't delivered houses. You can see the problem there, can't you? And as for interest rates, let's be very clear, this mayor has been the mayor for 8 years. He was given a staggering sum of money by the previous government. He's been given a huge sum of money by this government, and he has still failed to deliver. The biggest problem we have in London is that he just hasn't built anything. He owns the land, he has the money, so those things happen. So your analysis, although partly right, except there is some validity to what you're saying. Many of those things, the mayor had the money and the time to overcome. So where I accept some of the analysis, I don't accept it all. So it's not quite right to say it like that. Look, the other question I want to ask you is about London's professional services. Too much of what goes on in here, in my opinion, we are too local. London's competitors are not Manchester and Birmingham, it's Singapore and New York, etc. We contribute, 240-odd billion to the UK economy in general. It is therefore one of the most important pillars of the country's economic development. Can the Deputy Mayor explain to me what concrete actions the Mayor has taken to improve the competitiveness of London, and in particular to hold on to growing businesses? Because many people now are listed in New York. We have a lot of unicorns, but then they go somewhere else. So what are these concrete things as the Mayor of London doing to hold on to those businesses?
Right, so I'm not going to get into an argument about housing numbers, but I think the Mayor has delivered more housing than any other region and more than at any time since the war, despite the headwinds. On supporting our global position of competitiveness, I point you to particularly working with London Partners, which I know is a matter of interest for a lot of people around the committee table. The London Partners delivered very directly £677 million of additional GVA to this city last year, and its support for fast-growing businesses. Oh, sorry, just to say, Alex has got another meeting, so you have to go. I'm sorry, didn't you bring you in for more questions, Alex?
Sure, I'll get over it.
But we have an absolutely excellent programme of supporting our fast-growing businesses to export and to grow and to secure investment called Grow London Global. I will invite members to come to one of our sessions where we have the cohort of that next generation fast-growing businesses together. And in terms of the bigger businesses and the financial and professional service sector, one of the things I'm most proud of in this document is that it's very easy to get carried away with the shiny new things while forgetting that the biggest sectors in London are still number one, built environment sector, still number one. And although housing's not where we'd like it to be, the commercial sector is going great guns right now. The city's got a 2% vacancy.
Can I just cut into
really well.
Sorry, I thank you for your answer, and I'm not trying to. It's just I'm on a timer, and I want to put these 2 points to you. You earlier on made the suggestion that we don't have any money for advertising tourism, but yet London and Partners gets quite a large amount of money. Shouldn't they be doing that as well? And I'm still a little bit dubious about the fact that they've added 677 million. You and I might have to take that offline, because I worry, and I'll be happy for you to prove me wrong. I worry that they take credit for things that are happening anyway, but if they don't, please do let me know how.
Okay, so tourism, London Partners has a responsibility. It works with tourism partners. We do a lot of PR type activity. So, for example, promoting fan zones around the NFL games, promoting London's brand. But actually, in terms of advertising, and one of the UAE businesses, one of the UAE states spent $100 million on online advertising for their tourism.
But the point
we're not remotely in that space.
I need to hand back to him, but the point is we do spend some money, and we're also not them. They are brand new. We have been here for centuries. We have a different thing to sell. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next question, can I welcome to the public gallery Year 5 students and teachers from the International School of London. And you're very welcome here. We're asking questions of the Deputy Mayor, and I hope you pay attention. Now, where are we now? Assembly Member Baker, I believe, is on the next on the list.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Deputy Mayor. What impact will technology like artificial intelligence and autonomous vehicles have on jobs in London, and what action are you and the Mayor taking about this?
Right, so there's two answers to this. The first, let's be positive to start with. We are, in terms of numbers of businesses in the AI space, we are third in the world. So we are certainly by a very, very long way the biggest centre in Europe, and we're up there competing with Silicon Valley, New York, and Beijing for being sort of global capital of AI. So we are one of the places where AI influenced businesses, or businesses that are actually creating models and the technology, one of the places where that's built. That is driving jobs. I mentioned before one of the biggest London companies you've never heard of, Quantexa, started I think 7-8 years ago by 4 people who left EY when they spotted an opportunity. It's now getting on for 1,000 people. It's a unicorn. Absolute fantastic champion business for London, and they take your data and sort through it and come up with either here are the customers you need to focus on, here's the people you should ignore, this is a new business model you should use, and they guarantee that they're going to make you money, and they do. Brilliant. So that stuff. And if people are familiar with the Jevons paradox, that new technology that looks like it's going to destroy jobs or change the value of commodities actually ends up creating more opportunity and creating jobs. I believe that AI will drive more jobs overall in London because we were one of the places creating it, and we'll have these businesses that will grow off the back of it. At the same time, there will be impacts in individual businesses, and driving is one of them. And I know, for the Uber drivers around London, for the black taxi companies, for actually delivery drivers around London, they'll be looking at the Waymo driving round and saying, have I got a job in 5 or 10 years' time? And it's a legitimate question to ask, because 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years from now, will we be seeing physical human drivers driving vehicles? Probably not. So that's why we're doing the AI task force to look at that.
Really short on time, so I'm just going to cut in and ask you just to briefly say then, obviously the Mayor has announced his AI in the Future of Work task force. When do we know when that's going to be and who's going to sit on it? And also, I wrote to the Mayor last month asking whether automation and autonomous vehicles could be part of that scope. So I'm wondering whether you could also take that away. And I just have a minute left, so if you're able to ask.
So very quickly, autonomous vehicles, yes, will be part of the scope. Lots and lots of people have offered to come in. Like I said, this is quite good stuff because nobody else is doing it. So lots of people around the world are looking at what we do with this. We've got some phenomenal experts that we're going to bring in. It won't be a load of politicians. It'll be experts in the sector. I don't want to pre-announce it. It's coming soon. But the point is we intend it to be a very quick, deep but quick piece of work, reporting in the summer. So, and then with some recommendations and some application after that. And at the same time, the promise to have courses that will help Londoners, both individuals and businesses, and we're already doing some of the business work with Grow London Local, what you need to know about AI, how you can use it to your advantage, and the things you need to know if you think it's going to affect you and what you do next.
Thanks.
So we're very targeted in this.
That's helpful. Back to you, Chair. Thanks.
Assembly Member Garbett, please.
Hello. I want to speak to you about markets, which I know is something that you and the Mayor do care about, so street markets, not economic markets, just to be clear. But you didn't mention them in your introduction, so I just did want to kind of draw our attention to how kind of hugely socially and culturally important our street markets are, one for providing kind of low-cost items, but also just culturally important things for people across the city. But what's come to my attention more recently is around kind of private developers and landlords who are the custodians of some of these spaces and these buildings. So sometimes their priorities and their interests don't align with those of the community, and they are obviously looking after these really, really important spaces. So I just wondered if that's something that you're concerned about and whether you see that as an issue in the future and whether that risks losing some of these important spaces.
Yes. Just to expand on that, as you may know, we got involved in Stratford, the Stratford Market, Stratford Village Market, where a landowner was behaving absolutely despicably. And as a former landlord, I know how you do things. I know what people might be tempted to do and shouldn't. And in that case, and I won't go on about it, but frankly, exploitative wrong, the way they're behaving. But we managed, through working with the local council, to put some money aside to be able to get the council in a space where it could take on the market, saving 60 stalls, over 100 jobs. It's absolutely thriving. And the stupid thing is, it was profitable. It was always profitable. The landlord was just, reaping the money and being incredibly lazy, and then shut it down for no good reason. And they've done it in other places around the country as well. Bad people. However, there are lots of reasons why people may have concerns about markets operating their space. We are pro-market. It's a really good way for people to start a business because it's a low barrier to entry.
Yep.
There's some phenomenal stuff going on in our markets across the city. We've done some...
I'm just going to pick you up on this for a bit because it's relevant to what I wanted to raise. I don't know if you're aware of what's happening on Ridley Road at the moment to the shopping village, which is a historically really important part of the market. So the market exists as an ecosystem between the shops that operate there, that's got one landlord, the stalls that are managed by the council, and then a private developer owns the shopping village, which has got stalls in the bottom. They tried to evict them in 2018. The community fought back. The council said it would take on the lease in 2022. They've literally been subjected to building works ever since. It's never been materialised. And 2 weeks ago, they were served with end of tenancy, no renewals on their leases, so we'll have to leave at the end of March, which is devastating to them and their businesses and their customers. They've been promised year after year that this was going to get better and better, and it absolutely hasn't. There's a really damaging narrative from the developer about criminality. They've kind of tarnished everyone with the same brush. It's really damaging to the traders as well as the market, and it's them not taking this is a private company who haven't taken ownership for redeveloping the building, and it's just devastating for the local community. It sounds like you've had experience of this before, and I'd absolutely love for you to speak to the traders, get involved, and try and see if we can save the space.
Let's go.
Yes, that's the spirit.
I'll give another positive example. We had quite a row between the tenants of the market in Seven Sisters, which was owned by Places for London, in a building which unfortunately was never designed to be a market and is effectively in danger of falling down at any moment. And we've had to go in and do some very basic things to stop it from falling down. But we created a whole new market there, which is particularly got a South American flavour, lots of Colombian things. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant, doing really well.
And the community really fought for that, and it did take 20 years. We don't want to we need this to kind of be saved now. But the
principles are right. And like I said, it is a lot of Marks and Spencer's famously started our market stall. This is where our next, cutting edge, exciting, innovative retailer is going to be. It's where a lot of our people from different communities, from the South Asian community, from the Chinese community, from the South American community, which is growing really rapidly.
Ridley Road is predominantly black traders, and there's many markets where they talk about the racialised displacement and the impact of gentrification on our markets. But I'm out of time. But let's keep talking and
I'm very
very
happy to come and look at it.
Thank you.
I've always thought it's the best market in London, actually, Ridley Road. To be honest, as somebody who used to help run Broadway, I still think Ridley Road's the best market in London. That's not coming off my tongue. Sorry, I've just barred myself from selection from so many places. The next on the list is Assembly Member Small Edwards, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, growing up in London has been great as a huge sports fan because of the amount of international sport we have. How does the provision of so much international sport benefit London's economy?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that. Please don't ask me about football results. But let me say, and I don't think there's a party political thing here. What I would say is we are, and this came out from honestly the consultation we did on the growth plan, because when we started the growth plan, we didn't really have what we're now calling the experience economy as one of our core growth sectors. And as we went out and consulted and talked to more and more people, it was clear that is a huge thing for our city. We are, by tickets sold, sporting capital of the world. I know West Ham had a better night. but we have seven Premier League teams. We've got, I think, 17 professional football teams in London. No other city in the world has remotely got that many professional teams of their national sport in one city. Even the sort of Madrids and Milans, like 2 or 3. So even just on football, we're great. We have, home of rugby, Twickenham. We have the home of, we have 2 globally important cricket stadia, Oval and Lords, the home of tennis at Wimbledon, the home of darts, Alexandra Palace. But all these things add up to London. London can soak up a lot more sport, actually, which is why when we get the NBA, the NFL coming over, we sell out the tickets in like half an hour. They go really quickly. So look, I think there's an opportunity here to build on that. It's not just the games themselves which bring in tourists and money and expenditure. It's all of the supply chain, including the technology that's in sport now. We do the ticketing. We do the hospitality. A lot of the stadia at the Paris Olympics were delivered by a London-based company that does the design of the stadia. This is a thing we're globally really good at. And when you add that to the other bits of that sector, including music, where we're also the music capital of the world. We sell more music tickets than anywhere else. Why does Taylor Swift do 10 nights in London?
Sorry. I'm a bit pressed,
anyway,
so we'll just there, but thank you very much.
This is a genuinely big, important sector that there's a lot of supply chain, a lot of jobs in.
And Deputy Mayor, the Six Nations is currently being enjoyed by Londoners. And we know how important concerts are for stadiums like Twickenham to fund grassroots rugby in England. However, Twickenham Stadium is currently limited to just 3 non-rugby events a year by Richmond Council. How could the government's licensing changes allow stadiums like Twickenham to host more concerts and therefore fund grassroots sport?
Well, I know this is something that the RFU and Twickenham have been very keen to look at. I would say the experience of where well-run stadia like Twickenham actually can work with local residents to minimise the impact of big events. And of course, a international rugby big event is a huge event. It has a huge impact on people as in a different way to a nighttime concert. But there's some really good practice across London in terms of making sure impact on local people is minimised. Clearly it's one of our giant stadiums. It's a pity if it's not able to, use that capacity to its fullest extent, supporting rugby as well. So, but it's a matter for the stadium and local residents. But certainly, other stadia around the city have done it very well and have come to a good accommodation with residents. I hope that can happen in Twickenham as well.
Thank you. And just really briefly, Deputy Mayor, what role does London and Partners play in bringing an event like the NBA to the O2 Arena?
So I really don't get this. I mean, obviously I'm the chair of London and Partners, but I don't get the negative here. Compared to our global competitors who are spending significantly more money, in some cases many times over, London Partners does a phenomenal job on a very low, tight budget. It's a very efficient and well-run operation. We're very fortunate to have it. The business community is pretty much 100% supportive and engaged and involved. And they are very good at supporting, for example, the Mayor's long-term aspiration to bring what's it called? Bring the NFL, the NFL.
I'm going to have to stop you there, Deputy Mayor,
so,
we are really under time. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Recently, I spoke at the Nighttime Economy Summit alongside Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham, and one thing we all called for was a Minister for Nighttime Economy. Is that something you'd support?
Well, certainly we've been. We've had a Night Czar in London. We've now got a Nightlife Commission. We are huge supporters of the industry, and we think that it needs to be properly recognised across politics. I'd have to take away whether we want to see a nightlife minister. but I can see why they're asking for it. The sector needs all the support and promotion that it can get.
Well, it'd be good to see Sadiq Khan join mine and Andy Burnham's leadership on that. Second, I visited Heaven nightclub recently. I should say for Heaven nightclub, conflict of interest. I used to work there, but it's not pecuniary anymore. I spoke to Jeremy Joseph, the owner, and he was saying that the business rates means that they might literally be put out of business. Obviously, Heaven is not a small nightclub, and there are other nightclubs that are suffering even more. What meetings are you having with nightclub owners around business rates?
Well, yeah, and there's a number of issues here. I mean, Jeremy's got has had a rent issue as well, which we got actually directly involved in. We've spoken to him quite a few times last year about how we can support Heaven, and that is a good example because Heaven is one of our sort of iconic, culturally significant nightclubs, and one of the things we've been looking at with the licensing review and the licensing policy is the things that are sort of cornerstones of the culture and regarding nightlife as culture as well, not just a place where people go and drink, but actually culturally significant. And Heaven's a good example of that. There's lots of costs on nightclubs. Some of the landlords have put the rent up by inflation, which means at the end of a 5-year lease you get a 25% increase in rent, which is making life really difficult for people. And a lot of people have got big spaces. That space would be worth more money, unfortunately, flat and for future development rather than in operation as a nightclub. And so, as I said earlier, the Mayor welcomed the 15% business rates reduction for pubs, but said that it should be looked at more widely for the rest of the hospitality sector, particularly other nightlife venues.
And that's just it right there. They feel like pubs have been now looked after quite rightly, but nightclubs haven't. It's good to hear you acknowledge that. The workers of nightclubs, they're often not spoken about in this conversation. What work are you doing to make sure that they're being included in these conversations?
Yeah, well, I was really pleased that when we had the task force, we had really diverse voices from the sector, including small operators and people who themselves have come through working in the sector. We heard directly from trade unions, but also from individuals involved, and there are the whole load of issues there. I don't want to go into them in too much detail, but for example. We have 1.6 million Londoners work overnight after 6 o'clock, but everything shuts. So your trade union offices shut, some of the NHS facilities are shut, your insurance offices shut, the banks are shut, which means that people that work overnight don't have the same sort of access to some of the services that we take for granted, particularly when something goes wrong and they need support, that daytime workers have. So one of the things that we're very keen to look at and fix is making sure workers have access to the same rights just because you happen to work at night that workers have got during the daytime. Part of that's about security as well, and that's something we're looking at very closely, both in terms of nightlife patrons and workers. And that's something that the task force focused on, and you'll see some more action on that coming.
Thank you. And finally, yesterday in the Economy Committee meeting, you said that the Mayor defends billionaires.
No, what I said was, let me be very clear, and I'm sure you'll agree that the globally mobile, high net worth individuals. And we had the question earlier that we want to be the sort of place where people who've got a lot of money and want to start a business or run a business or invest in businesses that they want to come. It is a balance between fair taxation and the people with the broadest shoulders bearing the highest burden, which is right, and getting in a position where you actually put people off.
So you'd support a wealth tax on billionaires?
I support the tax billionaires paying higher tax than average people. I support progressive taxation. But I also support some of the tax incentives we've got to get people with large amounts of money to invest in businesses. For example, the entrepreneurs tax credit, the film tax credit, the R&D tax credit, which are ways to attract people in. So it's always going to be a balance. I think we got the balance about right. We haven't seen a big exodus of billionaires, and actually there's a campaign from some high net worths saying they want to pay more tax. And good luck to them.
If you could draw your, I'm afraid the Green Group is now out of time. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for answering the questions. There are no others. Last time, whenever I go to heaven, it's full of people from Peterborough and Leicester. I don't understand why, but there's nothing wrong with them. I just wonder why it's just them. Anyway, let's draw this. Let's draw this to a close. For now, we'll have thank you, Deputy Mayor. You're free to go. You're free to stay. You're just free. We'll have a adjournment for 5 minutes for the new panel to come in. Thank you. 11:57. question. Fundamental there, didn't press the button. We now move on to the second part of our question and answer session. Joining us here in the chamber today, we have Alan Simpson, who's the Chief Executive of UK Hospitality, and Munir Barua, Deputy Chief Executive of Business London. And welcome to our meeting. There is no lead-off question for this part of the session, so we're going to go straight to our Assembly members, and we are expecting to put questions to you for about how long? About half an hour. And may I say, I'm going to leave a little bit of time at the end for you to freestyle, if you want, without being inhibited by questions. We would be grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions we have for you. So the first question is in the name of Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, and good morning to you both. Question for Alan. You called the tourism levy the wrong policy at the worst possible time. Given that every other major city in the G7 has got one of these things, what is it specifically about London which would be a disbenefit to have this?
The holiday tax is not something which would be common in the rest of Europe, and I think this is really important. So other countries, Italy, France, Germany, say Spain, our big rivals, have VAT at 10% on accommodation, but not just accommodation, on food and drink, on nights out. And yes, they often add a holiday tax on top, but they are still taxing lower than we are right now. If you have a 20% VAT, you add a 5% accommodation tax, holiday tax, as is the case in Edinburgh, and then that itself gets VAT. You have an effective VAT rate of 27%, and we would be unique in that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Didn't realise you had so little time. Sorry.
Well, I wasn't drawing it to your attention, was I?
No, and why would you? The next is to be Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Afternoon. Perhaps a question for you, Alan. We've spoken earlier this week. I was speaking to the Deputy Mayor about one of the problems about obviously London's economy is very sort of service-based rather than sort of manufacturing and so on. And what I'm hearing from those businesses is that while we have many startups, they really seem to struggle to move through that next stage and become, a medium or even a large business employing lots of people, generating lots of tax that, it saves us having to add new taxes. That conveyor belt has always been a challenge. It seems to have really slowed down. New policies like the venture capital trust, additional taxation, the business property relief tax change, which is obviously that's been dubbed the farms tax. It also seems to be a problem for this area. I don't know whether that's something you're seeing in London, sort of making a bad situation worse.
Yeah, so that's what in the literature is called the Macmillan Gap, and that was described in the 1930s. That doesn't relate to Harold Macmillan. This is a long-standing issue in risk finance rather than debt finance. Of course, London's got much more effective at creating unicorns than it was, say, 15 years ago in all sorts of ways. Particularly for hospitality, though, there are also barriers to entry. The cost of fitting out a cafe or a restaurant is similar to the cost of fitting out, say, a mechanics, or actually the investment in kit is an entry barrier. So I think, specifically talking to my current brief, I would say that yes, of course, that continues to be a barrier to investment in London, which is less severe in New York for all sorts of historic reasons. But there is also a specific barrier to entry into the market, which we don't have. I'm aware that we need to keep answers brief, Chair. So what I would say is that there was an idea in Brussels, actually, which I supported at the time, which was that the government invest on a 50-50 pari passu basis, where the government takes half of the loss, but all of the money lent is via a bank, and that allows you to unwind some of the risk issues, both at launch if you're in a sector like hospitality where the entry costs are high, but also at that Macmillan Gap, and that was doing very well, and it might be something that the national government at least want to reconsider.
Thanks. Munya, is that something that your Business London members are bringing up as well? This challenge of sort of scaling up funding and access to venture capital and
Our membership base tends to be more in transport, housing, infrastructure. So we don't have lots of scale-ups in the membership, but it has come up in some of the conversations we've had with broader groups of stakeholders. And one of the things that we've looked at is whether the government could make things like scrapping the stamp duty on share transactions permanent, and that would give a sort of fillip to the market as well.
this is all part of the problem where things are struggling already, and then these additional tax burdens obviously create yet more headwind to growth and creating jobs and prosperity.
Exactly, and obviously the tax burden on businesses was quite high following the first budget. And I think what's been quite significant in the market is that the levels of unemployment in London are the highest in the country. They're at a 5-year high. It's particularly noticeable among young people. And part of that is to do with some of the employment taxes that we've seen, particularly national insurance and the sort of steep rises in the national living wage.
Well, I'm pleased to hear you say that, because obviously on our first panel, the Deputy Mayor was a bit reluctant to admit that those additional payroll taxes are causing a problem. I hope he's, wherever he is hearing what you're saying, because I think it is important that message gets through. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmad, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, panel. I'm asking you the same question that I asked the Deputy Mayor. I would like your perspective. The Nighttime Task Force has delivered its report to the Mayor. What changes are now needed to support London's economy between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m? Alan, if you could start, please.
So I think there's a lot to like in the work of the task force. I think for me in particular, it's about balancing the concerns of residents versus what is strategic infrastructure in many cases, and that balance always has to be carefully done. But if you, in my view, has always been, if you live in Soho, you should expect a different relationship to nightlife than I live in East Dulwich, because I'm boring. I've got a 9-year-old. So making sure that actually it is possible to treat Soho as a site of actual strategic importance for a key sector. 3.5 million people in the UK work in hospitality. Nearly 600,000 people in London work in hospitality. And it is important that we conceive of Soho at one level in the same way that we might conceive of Canary Wharf. And anything which allows us to identify areas where actually we think that is an economic zone for nightlife and treat it like that, manage the risks and the negative implications for residents like that as well would be very valuable. That would be my core takeaway.
Thank you. Munya.
I'd agree with Alan, and I'd add the importance of transport, particularly the night tube. And if we could get the night tube extended to more lines, that would be incredibly helpful for the nighttime economy. And also the issue of safety. I think the Mayor and the Met have done a much better job of stepping up their comms around what they're doing on crime, particularly violent crime as well as low-level crime. But the perception that London is unsafe really does need to be tackled, because it is affecting investment.
Thank you. And do you expect the Mayor's new licensing powers to support London's nighttime hospitality businesses?
I hope so, but it does depend what view the Mayor takes. I mean, there are instances of the Mayor calling in things in this space and then deciding not to support them. So I don't think you can assume that the Mayor will always back nightlife. And of course, nor should he. Decisions should be made on whether or not it's the right balance. But clearly, it is very challenging for, and I use Soho as an example, it is very challenging for the local government around there to balance the national relevance of Soho as an economic zone versus what it means for residents. So, I mean, the ability to call in should be positive.
Munya?
I don't think I have anything further to add. I think Alan said it all.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to both of you. And this seemed to be the hardest question to answer in the first session, so I'm just hoping we can get a clear answer with you guys now. Alan, first to you. A number of businesses, especially in the nighttime sector, as well as small businesses, have raised how damaging the NI insurance rise has been. Are they right to flag that it's been damaging?
Yes. And let's talk about that for slightly longer than the thing you might want me to. The way that the NIC's change was designed, the less you earned, the more the taxes on employing you went up. Now, some of that affected the employee, which meant that the number of jobs in that space went down in the way that I heard expressed on the previous panel. It also cost the employees themselves money. If you earn £25,000, you lost half of your pay rise this year to the NIC's raise. If you earn £150,000, you only lost 20%. It was directly socially regressive and cost us jobs.
Thank you. And that wasn't going on, that was perfect. If you answer the question I asked, I don't mind you giving more context. Aminoya, is that do you want to answer the question as well?
I mean, some of the examples that I've heard, after the Nix rise was announced, I was with a company that makes Jamaican patties in Peckham, which had been planning to expand, and they put the expansion on hold once the Nix rise was announced. So, I mean, it really has had an impact, and it's through small companies right through to large. Businesses accept the need for the government to have fiscal headroom, but as the engines of growth, it needs to be much more proportionate, and we need to see more action really to sort of unleash London's potential and do the things that will really drive growth.
Would it be helpful if the Deputy Mayor for Business made a stand on this with the Mayor? We've heard before and today, and we know, thankfully, they did on, for example, business rates. Would it be helpful if they made that stand on this issue?
I think they already are with the growth plan. They're already making the case for growth. They're already making the case for growth. I think that's a question for the Mayor, but I think more broadly, we'd like to see greater focus on actions that will really galvanise the economy, and that's making sure that tax is proportionate. It's looking at measures to really accelerate things like house building, and it's also around making sure that the city's seen as safe.
Okay, thanks, Alan. Would it be helpful if they would stand up and make representations on national insurance rises?
I would really like to see the Mayor of London and other mayors around the country raise the concerns of the business community and actually employment groups about the cost of employing people. Yes, absolutely. But it is about the broader tax burden. A hospitality business pays 75% of its profits in tax. A bank pays 35%. Okay. NICs is a big part of that, but so is the holiday tax.
Thank you.
I think if you're trying to encourage... Sorry.
Horrible system, sorry.
Right. Next, we have Assembly Member Desai, please.
Good afternoon. My question is to you, Amunia. London has attracted significant investment in life sciences and other tech-driven sectors. How can we ensure that Londoners have the skills to thrive in a changing economy?
That's a really challenging question. We lead the Local Skills Improvement Plan for London, and that's a blueprint to try and match the skills that businesses need with those that education providers are delivering. And in our conversations with employers, skills gaps are a really big challenge. Now, some of the things that the LSIP's trying to do is make sure that employers are very much working with providers collaboratively to co-create courses, to create things like immersive teaching experiences, and to really get some private sector expertise into FE colleges. On the flip side, what we really need is the government to clarify some of the reforms on the skills side. So we've got a new version of the apprenticeship levy, the growth and skills levy, and there's still not really clarity about how that's going to work. And there are a whole range of other skills reforms coming down the track. So I think in order to ensure that we can give people the skills that they need, we really need London government, central government, business and education providers working very closely together to identify the skills we need and those that providers need to deliver.
I mean, when I was a councillor and the mayor was a certain Sir Robin Wales, we set up the country's first council-sponsored the equivalent of a job agency in Stratford. I think it was called Stratford Works, because colleges employers were saying that the people we are getting simply have not been trained up. Anyway, I digress. So again to you, Munia, why has London been so much more successful than Paris at attracting life science investments?
Sorry?
Why has London been more successful than Paris at attracting life sciences investment?
Why has London been more successful? Yeah. I think we've got a deep and rich pool of talent in London. You've got an incredible ecosystem of universities, businesses, the agglomeration benefits that London offers. You can get everything here in terms of the breadth and depth of the marketplace. And the NHS is obviously a real asset as well. So I think in terms of core strengths, life science is rightly identified as a growth sector by the Mayor and the government in the industrial strategy.
And my final question is again to you, Munia. In my own constituency, City and East London, there are significant growth areas like the Whitechapel Life Sciences cluster alongside Canary Wharf and the City. What role can companies play in ensuring that these opportunities are available to all Londoners? Sorry, I didn't catch the question. Well, I'll repeat it. In my own constituency of City and East London, there are significant growth areas like the Whitechapel Life Sciences cluster alongside Canary Wharf and the City. What role can companies play in ensuring that these opportunities are available to all Londoners?
I mean, businesses are engaging in local communities, but we'd like to see them step up even more. So I think using it as a case study to showcase best practice and encouraging other businesses to get involved is one of the things that is really at the heart of the LSIP, to really sort of showcase best practice. So that's a really good example that we can learn from.
Have you got any concrete examples to tell?
Of businesses? There are some of the FE colleges in London, like Capital City College, works really closely with employers to shape provision. Morley College is another one. The new Local Schools Improvement Plan report will be given to the Department for Education in the summer. But you can look at the previous version, and there are lots of case studies of businesses working really closely with FE colleges and in clusters, particularly within sub-regional partnerships.
I'm glad you mentioned City and East London College, because I recently went to the campus in Rainham, and so for myself, the life skills, from buildings, construction skills, all sorts of, I was really impressed. Doing some excellent work, and giving young people the chance to sort of get into the job market, but teaching them the skills that the economy needs, from plumbing, carpentry, so all aspects of the building trade. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And can I apologise to Assembly Member Wilson, because we overrun from the previous session, all the different names had to be moved around, and I'm afraid you should have been first in there. So Assembly Member Wilson, if you'd like to contribute.
Thank you, Chair. I'll accept that apology very wholeheartedly. My question will be mainly to you, Alan, if that's okay. You'll be pleased to hear that I'm a regular user of hospitality in many different ways. Probably slightly too old for nightclubs, but I certainly enjoy visiting pubs, restaurants, cafes, live music, and on every day that the Eat Out to Help Out scheme was in operation, I made full use of it. As you can probably tell by my size. It breaks my heart to see the state that hospitality is in. It really does, and certainly every time that a pub closes, it feels like something inside me dies. So it's terrifying where I was as a sector. And I think perhaps some of the contributing factors are unavoidable, but some of them certainly seem to be self-inflicted by government policy. I've seen figures from your organisation that estimate 170,000 jobs lost in the sector in the 13 months since the first Rachel Reeves' disastrous budget, and a further 9,000 in December. Of those jobs, do you have a figure for how many of those are in London, please?
No, I don't. But it will reflect the percentage of jobs nationally. There's no reason at all to assume that there's 3.5 million jobs in the sector nationally. About 600,000 of those are in London. There's nothing specific about London, which would mean that that'd be higher or lower. But you're absolutely right. It is worth saying that is an unprecedented single sector impact. When the Chancellor delivered her first budget, the sector was growing 6% year on year. It was the fastest growing sector in the economy, and then immediately like that those jobs went. That's more people than are employed in the entire steel industry, for example. I cannot think, and I include the 1980s in this, of a single sector jobs loss equivalence.
It's absolutely terrifying. Perhaps you could maybe outline why these jobs and this sector is so important for the kind of people giving them that start in life in many cases, and why that's particularly worrying that these are the jobs that are at risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the thing about hospitality is it is the single largest employer of school leavers. It's the single largest employer of people who work part-time around their other responsibilities. I think about my mum when she was bringing us up as a single parent on an estate who worked part-time in her local pub. It's also, by the way, the single largest route into management roles for people who left school. The social and economic and ethnic diversity of the workforce is unique as well. So when you lose these jobs, and 80,000 young people's jobs were lost in the last 3 months alone, you are having direct impacts on routes into other forms of work. You are taking out the period of people's lives where they learn all sorts of soft and hard skills, and the long-term impact on unemployment can only be parlous. So I would argue that the regressive element of the last two budgets is socially as well as economically damaging.
I wholeheartedly agree with that, and both of you have said very, very quickly in line to questioning from this panel something that the Deputy Mayor wasn't able to do, which was to accept that that's part of a big part of the problem. I think you both said you would like it if the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor would speak up more robustly on this. Is it disappointing that to date they failed to do so?
I would prefer that there was a frank conversation about the tax burden on hospitality. It's a £7 billion hit across two budgets and the cost of operating this sector, of which NICS is a very significant part. But back to the first question, what in practice are we seeing mayors across the UK aiming to do? And the answer is to raise tax on our sector. So let's have the conversation about the powers which mayors expect to be given and how they're going to use them. But yes, would I like to see courage from our mayors in arguing against the cost of employing young people and people at the early part of their career in particular, of course.
And then to kind of wrap up, I guess, a voice in this sector who is very well known to many people is, of course, Sacha Lord, who was a very big supporter of the Labour Party, now is no longer. He argued that the tweet that he put out at the Labour manifesto launch, subsequently, that tweet is going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I felt hoodwinked that day, if I'm being completely honest. Now it feels like we've been thrown to the wolves. That was after the first budget. More recently, he's argued that this government is actually doing more harm to the hospitality industry than COVID. Is that a position that you would agree with?
We've seen more job losses. So, in hard economic data, yes, I think, it is the case that the last two budgets have affected the sector more harshly. But if I can make a broader point, I don't think we can limit the lack of focus on hospitality as a sector to just this government. It has been a 20-year trend. Look, I've spent most of my career in banking, right? And I would observe there's a fundamental difference in the way that policymakers think about the 3.5 million people who work in hospitality versus the smaller number of people who work in banking. I think we do need to change the parity of esteem for the sector and recognise that the jobs it creates and the communities it creates are fundamentally important. Not least, by the way, because as the EY survey shows every year, the cultural and hospitality offer of a centre is a bigger driver of whether or not fintech, medtech and all the rest of it come to your city than tax rates is.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, guests. I'm actually going to put this to Munia. I want to come back to the issue about skills, and I know that Business London holds the responsibility for LSEP, but the skills improvement, we've just been doing a big piece of work through the Environment Committee on looking at heat networks, and last year, or the year before, I can't remember which, we had a look at heat pumps. And I just wondered if you feel that there is anything more that the Mayor can be doing to improve the situation in terms of the skills that we need, so that we can actually move ahead with doing these things, because then, although they're very common in Europe, heat networks are really not so common here, and we've got legacy systems that need attention as well as new systems that we need to be looking into installing.
I don't know much about heat pumps policy in London, I'll be honest. But in terms of broader things that the Mayor can be doing, there are lots of different skills strategies out at the moment, and it can be quite confusing for even of those of us that are involved in skills policy. So I think making sure that the different skills strategies, the inclusive talent strategy, Get London Working, the LSIP, are all sort of working in tandem with national policy, and they're joined up is one really key thing. And the GLA are now co-running the LSIP with the business community. I think that's a good thing because it gets us closer to actual delivery. But just making sure that people understand how the different things sort of interact together, I think is really important. Another thing that the Mayor could do, and something we've called for quite a long time, is use some of the skills funding he has to fund a national careers service, and that would help get... We would suggest that obviously we've got a real problem with youth unemployment, but this should be for all ages, because not only does London have very high youth unemployment, it also has very high levels of inactivity. So getting more people into the workforce and really top quality careers advice, I think would be a really valuable thing. So those are two things. And then the broader point that we've already discussed, making the case to government really about the cost of hiring people, and just making sure that we're not pricing particularly young people and underserved groups out of the jobs market.
Yeah, I just picked on those as examples of the jobs of the future, and that's interesting. You're talking about being more joined up, but also about that sort of route into that kind of new employment. Thank you very much. That was really helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
And I come to you, what do you think is the big driver behind your sector not being able to employ young people?
It's tax. It really is. I think it's so important to say that we have designed a tax system in this country so that if you employ younger people, if you employ people at the start of their careers, if you employ people in city centre communities, the set of taxes that you have to pay is so much higher than is being paid, for example, in Canary Wharf. Business rates are a key part of that, of course, but NIC's VAT here is twice the level it is anywhere else. We're just about to make it 27% for a third of the sector. You know, it's expensive to employ a young person. It's £29,000 a year right now to employ somebody on the minimum wage when you include the minimum wage, pensions and NICs. There are a lot of jobs where the amount of money raised is going to be lower than that, and therefore those people don't get a job.
I'm afraid we're now over time, but thank you so much for that. Now, Assembly
This is my
Member
question. I would just like to say, and I'm sure many of my colleagues agree with this, I am mortified that we haven't had more time. We've got two excellent guests here who I'm sure many of us from all sides would have liked to have put many questions to you. So on behalf of those of us that feel the same, I'm really sorry. It's the way the system works. So I'm sorry. I'm sure we'd have all loved to have heard more. So apologies.
Yes, and I am a bit embarrassed because of the way that we work and the strict timing limits that we have. And that's why, if you'd like to sum up, take as long as you like. There, that's the punishment to the Assembly members. Mr. Simpson.
I think I did, actually. The cost of employing somebody are at this point so high that there are a lot of jobs which are no longer economic. There is, I think, a difficult economic but also moral balance between making sure that a job is pays not just a wage but a dignified wage, but also making sure that our young people in particular have access to jobs which are economic. I don't believe there is anything moral in creating a jobs market which pushes people out of work.
Ms. Burrell.
Well, I was going to say a little bit about our London Growth Commission, which is coming out next week, which is essentially following the budget. There was a feeling among the business community that the government hadn't done enough to really shift the dial on growth. And what we'll be setting out is a package of measures, mostly aimed at government, but some for the mayor, some for boroughs and some for business, that will set out some of the short-term, immediate sort of shot-in-the-arm actions that could be taken to really galvanise growth and create jobs. So we'll be sharing a copy of that with you. I'm very happy. I meet lots of you individually, but very happy to have a conversation about how we work together to really get growth going and create those jobs.
Thank you very much. And I know that you are particularly willing to have those conversations. I converse with you on a regular basis to talk about London issues, so thank you very much. We've now reached the end of our second question and answer session, so thank you so much to our guests and for attending this morning and for your answers to our questions. You're welcome to leave the chamber. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9A in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1H in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Agreed. I would like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn for an hour and returns at
1:35, Chair.
1:35 before continuing the remaining business on the agenda. Are Assembly members in agreement? Agreed. Welcome back, members. We are now going to move on to, have we got this right? Yeah. Move on to petitions. And can I ask Assembly Member Georgiou to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And as the lead AM tabling on this, on behalf of the City Hall Conservatives, I'd like to note that the number of signatures for this petition is 2,593. And the petition is moved as follows. We, the undersigned, call on the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to immediately abandon his proposals to release London's Greenbelt for development. We are disappointed that the Mayor has U-turned on his pledge to oppose building on London's Greenbelt, announcing he will release protected land for housing development in the London plan. The Mayor is refusing to name which areas could be impacted, with parks and green spaces right across London under threat. The Greenbelt exists for the long-term benefit of all Londoners, not as a short-term fix for the Mayor's policy failures. These areas are vital for biodiversity, carbon capture, flood prevention and mental well-being for Londoners, especially those without access to private outdoor space. We also oppose Transport for London's proposals to develop housing on parkland. Affordable housing starts under Sadiq Khan's watch have fallen to record lows, and now the government has cut his house building targets. Vast brownfield sites remain underused, industrial land lies idle, and permitted schemes go unbuilt. Rather than protecting the Greenbelt, the Mayor is using his proposals as a political distraction from his own failed housing strategy. Every Londoner should have the opportunity to have a home of their own. This can be achieved through real leadership and delivery, not by concreting over protected parks and green spaces. We, the petitioners and those that have signed, urge the Mayor of London to abandon plans to release Greenbelt land for development, protect green spaces including parks from inappropriate development, and deliver a new strategy to unlock brownfield sites and underused land within London. Once it's gone, it's gone. London's Greenbelt belongs to all of us, and we must act now to protect it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly Member Lord Bailey to present the petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. I submit this petition, I'm Lord Bailey AM, on behalf of lead petitioner, Councillor Sidney Yankson, Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, for the attention of the Mayor Sadiq Khan. The prayer on this one is, we call on Transport for London and Sadiq Khan to slow the traffic on Finsborough Road to prevent incidents and keep children and other pedestrians safe. We would like speed calming measures at crossings, urgent pavement repairs and safe pedestrian crossings on the Old Brompton Road next to Finsborough Road. Finsborough Road has been constantly overlooked under Transport for London's management, despite repeated requests from residents and local councillors. It is time to bring an end to this neglect. This petition forms a wider campaign led by Redcliffe Conservative Association to ensure Transport for London delivers fair investment, improved safety and proper care for Redcliffe, just as it does for other parts of London. We urge Transport for London to act now for safety, dignity and quality of life for everyone who calls Redcliffe home. Number of undersigned 219.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petitions to the Mayor or to Transport for London as appropriate for responses?
Agreed.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following the discussions with Assembly party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of the motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any further speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. And so I move on to the first motion, which is in the name of Assembly Member Hall. If you could propose your motion.
Thank you, Chairman. The problem with reducing the time, of course, is I'm talking about government U-turns. So there is absolutely no way I could mention them all in 3 minutes. Now, many of you will remember we brought this to you a couple of months ago. We were pointing out then that actually a government that constantly changes its mind is not good for businesses, it's not good for people. And most of us now, I'm afraid to say, don't believe a word that comes out of any of the Labour ministers' mouths, because we know full well that they make a decision and within no time at all, they'll change it. We've had the issues on the Chagos honours, I'm still not sure quite where that is, Mandelson's, the IRGC. We've had so many in the last couple of weeks. And to me, one of the worst things was yesterday I read that the scope for the grooming gang inquiry is so deficient and a damn disgrace, quite frankly. So the motion is around the fact that we, well, whilst I say we congratulate the government on so many U-turns, the reality is we don't. It is causing absolute chaos for the whole country, quite frankly, but particularly Londoners, because we're here in London and that's what we care about. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. And could I have a seconder for that motion, please?
I'll second and reserve my right to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody wish to contribute to that motion? Assembly Member Wilson.
Only very briefly, hopefully. Well, I might make a U-turn on that if I get going. Who knows? Yeah, as Assembly Member Hall has indicated, a bit of a sense of déjà vu here, because we were discussing this very subject not so long ago. It seems the only thing that's growing more quickly than the number of high-profile defections to Reform UK is the number of government U-turns that are happening on a even more than monthly basis now. But in particular, there's one U-turn I'd like to refer to, which is one that happened since we did last discuss this. That is, of course, the restoration of 4.6 million voters' democratic right to vote in council elections. OK, not affecting London, but affecting lots of friends and family and colleagues elsewhere in the country. I think it's a fantastic U-turn, only made possible by Reform UK's legal action. But in particular, I welcome the fact that elections in Norfolk, Suffolk, East Sussex, West Sussex, Harlow and Cheltenham will be part of that list going ahead. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to contribute? Assembly Member Hall to... Assembly Member Giorgio, did you want to resume?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
I mean, I'm so glad that Assembly Member Wilson mentioned U-turns. Well, they U-turned. They were both devout Tories, and they U-turned and went to the other side, didn't they, Mr. Chairman? But I want to talk about the points raised by Assembly Member brackets safer with Susan Hall, and some of my favourites in the U-turns were obviously the removing of business rates relief for pubs, lifting the two-child benefit cap. Labour AM said, "Oh, we support the government, we love their budget." Oh, but now they've U-turned. Yeah, we support that as well. The income tax hikes, and I doubt at the end of this speech any Labour AMs will clap on that point because they're commies and they got their hands in other people's pockets. Abandoning the welfare savings, which we always hear about financial prudence, but then again they've abandoned that. With regard to axing the winter fuel payments, I loved the tweets at the time from all of them. The Tories were going to do this and that. When their government proposed it, they U-turned. They U-turned, and now they've U-turned again. I'm not quite sure if we're talking in terms of degrees, how far you've got to turn around for that one. Assembly Member Hall has rightly outlined the national inquiry into grooming gangs. And my favourite one, and I'll come back to this, the Island of Strangers comment. Old two-tier kid gets up there, looks at his poster of Enoch Powell and recites the words, and then he turns around and U-turns on that as well. So I am so happy to second this from Safer with Susan Hall, and I really hope, and I'm sure that all colleagues across the chamber will vote for it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, do you wish to sum up?
Yeah, just very briefly. I'm not saying that some of the U-turns weren't welcome. Of course they were. My point being, if you're going to put a policy in place, for goodness sake, think it through first. And I think that's the basic. If you want to govern this country, think about what you're saying before you then suddenly realise you've made an almighty mistake and have to change your mind, because it leaves all of us wondering what the hell is going on. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion?
Apologies, Chair. Before we move to the vote, just to remind members that we're voting on the altered version of the motion, which is before you on the table.
Are all members aware of that, what they're voting on? All those in favour, please indicate.
Those in favour are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 votes in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
Isn't it 11?
I believe that was 10.
Actually, that should be 11.
I thought it started with Gareth. Yeah. I didn't see him vote. Apologies,
right.
Assembly Member.
Can we take
Member
that?
Bakari, were you voting?
Can we show all
hands in the air? Would be very grateful.
Those in,
voting in favour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 votes in favour for, Chair. Those voting against, please show. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. We now move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Garrett. If you could propose the motion, please.
And you will. So this motion is about the reckless damage that the Labour government is doing to the economy. Unemployment is up 5.2%. We are now at, and still rising. That's a 24% increase in joblessness since Labour came to power, which is not just a statistic. That is 380,000 people put out of work by the friends and allies of this mob over here. London is even worse. Labour told us that a Labour government would put the wind in London's sails. But London has the highest unemployment rate in the country. And under Labour, it has risen faster than anywhere else in the country. It's not the wind in the sails. It's a giant raspberry, is what it is. None of which should be a surprise to anyone, of course, because every Labour government puts unemployment up. They always come in, Labour, they come into office promising people the earth, and they're always booted out when people notice that the ground has collapsed beneath them. So, of course, unemployment is up. But let's be clear, this is not just some accident of history or some quirk of previous governments. It's deliberate. It's deliberate. Labour policies, Labour beliefs, Labour theories about the economy, they are not just wrong, they are actively harmful. As we heard this morning, it costs almost £30,000 to employ someone on minimum wage. Labour is deliberately pricing young people and low-skilled people, less experienced people, out of work. And we'll hear, I'm sure in a moment, all the usual excuses. If you've got your bingo cards ready, get them warmed up now, as if everything is somehow somebody else's fault. But who decided to hammer employers with a jobs tax? Labour. Who decided to target that tax on young people? Labour. Who hammered pubs and hospitality with a massive business tax increase? Labour. But they're not done yet. They're still warming up. People haven't suffered enough. There's more coming. Who saw the hospitality industry on its knees and decided what this place needs is a tourism tax? Labour. Who is now going to hit people with yet more rules and regs to make it even harder to employ people? Labour. So they sit there, Labour gaze out through their window and they see an economy on its knees. They see people losing their jobs or unable to find a job. They see businesses laying people off and they think, oh, this is going well, we'll do more of this. They feel the world needs more tax, more regulation, even more people put out of work. And this is why every Labour government leaves office in disgrace with more unemployment than when they arrived. Every Labour government, and this one is already well on its way. This excellent motion tries to get Labour to identify some of the damage and to reverse it. Please support it. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall to second, please.
I'll second and reserve my place to speak later.
Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I commend this motion to you, particularly the Labour group, who have a revisionist form of history. They constantly talk about all the things that are supposedly somebody else's fault. Liz Truss budget, they'll talk about Brexit. But this morning we heard something incredible, that the two budgets that the Labour Party have instigated since they've been in Parliament had a bigger detrimental effect on the hospitality industry than COVID. If that doesn't underline the ineptitude of the current Labour Party, what does? We were promised growth by this party, but instead what we've seen is a 5.2% rise in unemployment. And it would be easy to just focus on the figures here, but these are families in London. This is a place that's really expensive to live. This is a mayor who's raised his part of council tax by 85%. And then on top of that, you have a government that's raised unemployment by 5.2%. Londoners are suffering. And if you are a young person, it is Armageddon for you. Youth unemployment is at a 10-year high, 16.1%. I don't need to tell you the pain it is for young people if they don't start their economic journey as early as possible. And Labour's policies have deliberately singled out young people and attacked and punished them, a punishment that will last for years to come. Anybody heard about what they're doing about student loans, by the way? So when you look at this amendment, I commend it to you, particularly if you're in the Labour Party. And don't you dare stand up and talk about austerity, remembering that your government had a much tougher austerity programme under the name of Alistair Darling. So when you come to vote for this, remember, Londoners are watching. They are the people at the front line of your poor economic track record. Every month since you've come to government, unemployment has gone up. More and more young people are suffering. So this Assembly is right to call on the government to reverse the national insurance hike. Reverse that hike or watch Londoners suffer.
Could you draw it? Thank you very much. Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
I'd like to start by just congratulating Assemblymember Garrett's contribution to the unemployment figures, because his new job, of course, as a senior lecturer at the Liz Truss School of Economics. Congratulations. He seems to have forgotten to mention in his speech how his government's actions led to whacked-up interest rates. You remember those double-digit inflation rates? He didn't mention that either. Surging mortgage rates and housing costs, which put hundreds onto people's housing costs, which people are still struggling with very much now. The cost of fuel going through the roof as well. They left Londoners worse off for the first time a government left office, with people worse off than when they went into government. They delivered a hard Brexit that, according to the Centre for Economic Policy Research, took 6 to 8% of the UK economy, all whilst breaking our public services and choking economic growth. But at least I guess we can thank them for a new trade deal with Liechtenstein and the UK-Asia trade deal, which put in place with places like Brunei, which contributed 0.08% to the UK economy. Meanwhile, adults are back in the room and in charge of the economy, turning around the inheritance to a global leading economy. In 18 months, they talk about economic growth. 2024, 1.1%. In 2025, higher, 1.3%. Next year, higher, 1.6%. And according to the OBR, major international deals with actual huge countries like India, done. We've seen the Tories oppose today over and over again the money that we've had to put into the NHS, an NHS they broke. And yet there are things, of course, that still need to be turned around, that still need to be fixed, and they are moving things in the right direction. Sadiq is moving ahead with pedestrianising and revitalising Oxford High Street. The Mayor is putting skills boot camps on for demand sectors like construction, social care and life sciences. And there is the Mayor's Fund for Young Londoners has invested over £45 million. So we are seeing improvements, and that is why we will be opposing your motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember, sorry?
Assemblymember Wilson.
Oh, Assemblymember Wilson, I apologise.
Chair, it seems. Yeah. Some people might wish that was a permanent thing, but who knows? No. Again, very, very briefly, just because it needs to be said, I do, of course, fully support this motion, and I endorse the comments of others, setting out the absolutely atrocious record of Rachel Thieves and her two disastrous budgets. We, of course, have seen unemployment go up every single month since that first disastrous budget. As we heard from the panel this morning, a tax on jobs is an attack on jobs. That's what we've had from Labour. That's what we've had from Rachel Thieves. And it's young people lower paid, part-time and new first-time workers that are paying the price. Exactly the kind of people the Labour Party used to stick up for. They are not sticking up for them anymore. It's disappointing, really disappointing, that neither the Mayor nor his Deputy Mayor for Business are prepared to make this stand. Thankfully, we here this afternoon in the Assembly, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, do you want to exercise your right?
Very, very quickly, all I will say is, yes, I thought the Labour Party always say that they stick up for the youth. Well, in London, youth unemployment is at 18.6%. And it will get worse because of the taxes on employers trying to employ young people and giving them a start. And if you listen to young people, they can't get jobs because whenever they apply for them, the employer says, well, we want somebody with experience. And these poor young people cannot get experience because nobody will give them a job because, to start with, they're not always very productive. So, you know, we can joke about various things, but youth unemployment in London is something every one of us here should be very, very concerned about. I support this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett, would you like to sum up?
I really don't think there's very much to add to what I said in my opening remarks, Chair. Nearly 400,000 people put out of work by this Labour government since they came to office. The tiresome repetition of talking points from the people opposite, I appreciate they're trying to put some gusto into it, but the fact is these are huge numbers of people concentrated among younger people and less skilled, lower paid people. This is Labour's decision that they took. And the party opposite has decided that they want to respond not with any sense of humility and not with any sense of recognition of the damage that they have done, of the policies that they have introduced and cheer-led, but instead with a load of bombast about events from years before, which, whatever impact they may have had at the time, the simple fact is, if you look at the chart of unemployment, there was a bump during COVID. Conservative government got that back down. It was staying down. Labour came in. They immediately started imposing all of these policies, taxes on jobs, taxes on business, taxes on hospitality, more regulation on employment. That's coming. All of these policies are the cause of the unemployment that we see. And I really would just like it if Labour members would recognise that. Go and have a look at the chart, colour it in red and blue if it would help you with some crayons. The Labour government is doing serious damage to people's lives. Every Labour government in the past has done it. This one is doing it, but you don't have to continue doing it. You could at least recognise the damage that your policies are doing and try to change course. I think the bombast is poorly judged, Bassam. It's poorly judged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes in favour, Chair.
All those against, please.
Those against are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Right. The next motion is in the name of Assembly.
I apologise for interrupting, Chair. The next motion has an alteration coming downstairs, but I've literally only just received it. So could I suggest that we jump to 3.4 and vary the order of business? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, indeed. So we'll go to 3.4. This motion, the funding for by and for organisations, is in the name of Assembly Member Garbett. And if you could move your motion, please.
I want to speak today about the problem of stop funding and the real harm it causes to organisations and the people who depend on them. So people might know that I used to work in the NHS and in councils, and I worked in commissioning and procurement, so this is very much my wheelhouse. Across London, voluntary and community organisations provide vital services that many people simply cannot live without. In fact, the charity sector delivers more than £14 billion worth of public services every year. They support people with mental health care, domestic abuse, food provision, problematic drug use, housing assistance and much more. And yet there are These same organisations are being asked to operate under funding systems that are unsustainable and unpredictable. Government grants have declined by around £1 billion a year in real terms since 2020, and many charities are forced to cut services or even close altogether. One clear example of this is the London-based programme LHAWAS, LHAWAS, run by Southall Black Sisters. This programme provides safe accommodation, casework, counselling and immigration advice for migrant women of colour with no recourse to public funds, women who often have nowhere else to turn. This programme has supported more than 700 women since it started in 2019. But last year, MOPAC notified the organisation that its funding would end in September 2025 and no new funding would be available until April 2026 in the next budget year. And that's if it was successful in the procurement. This created a 6-month cliff edge for a life-saving service. Thankfully, emergency funding was secured from a private donor, but services like this should not be left hanging by a thread. What we need is a funding system that gives organisations sustainability instead of forcing them into constant insecurity. We need long-term ring-fence funding for organisations so they can plan ahead, keep their vital services running and retain the staff that they've got. And we need to be working properly with these organisations, funding programmes that are designed so they reflect the real needs of the communities they serve and make sure there is transparency so these commitments are followed through. When funding starts and stops, it's the people who rely on these services the most who suffer the consequences, and they deserve so much better. Thank you.
Assembly Member Bakari to second.
Thank you. It's International Women's Day this week, so it just seems absolutely right that we have this motion today. And I'm really pleased that I'm working with Assembly Member Garbutt to stand in solidarity with the extraordinary work of the Southall Black Sisters. £3 million secured through the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime is not just a line in a budget. It represents safety, dignity and survival for women who have been told, often by their abusers and too often by the system, that they have nowhere to turn. Through the London Holistic Advocacy Wraparound Service, Southall Black Sisters and its partners have supported more than 700 migrant women facing domestic abuse with no recourse to public funds. And these are women who cannot access most benefits and who are often isolated by language, immigration status and fear. For them, a 6-month funding cliff edge is not an administrative inconvenience. It is the difference between a bed and the streets, between safety and violence. Last year, when funding was due to end in September 2025 with no guarantee until April 2026, the message to these women and to the specialist staff supporting them that there was one of uncertainty and instability. Yes, interim funding was found, but charities should not have to rely on last-minute rescues to keep life-saving services going, which is why I had to raise this with the Mayor of London himself. As someone who is a founder of a small charity, I know what it's like to sit with staff and unable to promise them security beyond a few months. And I know what it means to spend some precious time fighting for them. So if we're really serious about tackling violence against women and girls, please support this motion for the long-term ring fence funding that we need. We need to support the Southall Black Sisters and their partners for every woman in London who deserves to live from violence and from fear.
Thank you. I've been notified of an amendment in...
Chair, just before we move to the amendment, can I raise a point of order?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much, Chair. It actually concerns the amendment, and I'm surprised neither the mover nor the seconder mentioned this. I mean, my reading of this, and obviously we have received fairly late notice of this amendment, is it removes all references to Southall Black Sisters throughout, and also to the London Holistic Advocacy Wraparound Service, which I think is pronounced LHAWAS as an acronym, and also the Asian Women's Resource Centre, and Ashiana Network, Solace, and so on and so forth. So, to me, reading this with, I mean, I understand the what the the purpose of the amendment is, but it seems to me to be a wrecking amendment because it's actually taking out of the original motion, which is very supportive, and the speakers have just eloquently spoken about why, of these specific organisations. So their complete removal from the... I know it's difficult, Chair, because you're actually seconding it as well as ruling.
It's slightly out of order as well, because it hasn't been moved yet. I was going to move on to Assembly Member Best to move it. But that being said, I was asked as Chair to rule if that was in order. And it's never about the text, it's about the ask. And the ask is very similar in both cases. So the ask has not been changed substantially. And for that reason, I ruled it in order. Substantially the same. These things are not binary, but substantially the same as it was before. And therefore, it couldn't be perceived as a wrecking amendment, because a wrecking amendment says the contrary to what is being proposed, and this does not do that. So that's why I put it in order, but of course it's open for Assembly members to vote whichever way they want on it. Assembly Member Best, if you could propose the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm confused by the intervention because I thought actually the Lib Dems and Greens circled on a really important point. Our concern was that this was very binary in speaking about one organisation when a number of organisations across London encounter the exact same issue. So as an Assembly, if we're going to tackle this, let's tackle the problem, not talk in not virtue signal, essentially, based on one cause we support. Let's actually tackle the problem. I come from a background working as part of a local authority trading company, which meant we had to apply for grants across the third sector, across the government sector. We had to work on grant funding all the time, and I know especially the challenges that creates. As a councillor, I see it, and especially here now in the Assembly, we all see it when the Mayor asks for a long-term funding settlement for TfL. It's the exact same issue in the charity sector and the third sector as it is here for us as politicians. And if the Mayor can accept that when he asks for a long-term deal from TfL, then he should accept that when third sector organisations ask for the same respect. Now, it's not just a service that these organisations are providing, it's the jobs of those individuals that are in there. And I don't think by making this process better, that means that we're taking out competitiveness or making sure there's just a legacy of the same organisations getting the funding every time. It's just simple maths that we can work it out so that people apply for the grant funding while still being funded to know if their programme will continue or not. That will give people in those roles, in those job security, it will give those people that are using those services the knowledge of what's happening going forward. And I would say, finally, one of the asks that we have made is that MOPAC make it clearer who is receiving grants as well. Because not only is that helpful for us as politicians, but that's also helpful for organisations that are looking to bid as well, looking at what's been successful past and what they might do in the future. So I think this is something that needs to be tackled across the board. What we saw was a problem highlighted, so we are making sure it's addressed forever. We don't want to do this on a case-by-case basis. We want to make sure that there's a problem and we fix it. So I hope the Assembly will vote for the amendment so we can fix the problem instead of doing virtue signalling on one cause, which I don't think makes any sense at all. Thank you.
That's seconded formally by myself. Who would wish? Assembly Member who's to come back? Assembly Member Lord Bailey first.
I commend the amendment to you. As someone who's founded several charities, worked for several other charities, worked in a big conglomerate of charities, the last thing we should be doing as Assembly members is overly supporting one group above another, because you breed that competition which ends up destroying lots of small charities. We should be advocating for a mechanism that treats all small charities properly, not getting the ones who happen to have great political support or good connections to do better than the others. That's why the amendment was built in the way it was built. The second thing to say is as well, of course, it is obvious that a charity, particularly a small one, its output is based on the quality of staff that it can employ, that it can encourage to get involved. And it's hard to get good people to be involved for just a year. So a 3-year contract is a much more useful state for that charity to go forward, develop its activities, develop its staff, excuse me, and provide a very useful, well thought through service to the people it's hoping to serve. And as Assembly Member Best said, the Mayor, ably supported by us, I might add, constantly asks for a 3-year settlement, and so he should understand why that's important, particularly in a charitable environment where raising money can take as much of your capacity as actually delivering your service. So therefore, having a 3-year settlement is very important, and I would commend you to support the amendment, because the amendment supports all charities in London, not just one charity in London.
Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. I rise proudly to support the charity that operates in my constituency, Southall Black Sisters, and their extraordinary partners in terms of delivering the critical work that they do on a day-to-day basis for the migrant women that come to them because they have nowhere else to go. And so the removal of their name and them from this motion is, I think, something that is not something that we can accept on this side. And there is possibly something that's quite underlying and inappropriate about the removal of them from this set of proposals we have before us, because actually, fundamentally, this is a symptom of a bigger challenge, and I'll come to that in a moment. But we must recognise, as Assemblymember Bakari has talked about, over 700 women and their families who have gone to this organisation to receive the support that they would not have received elsewhere. They are invisible to so many other services. But as almost everybody else has spoken earlier today, I have run a charity myself supporting individuals not dissimilar to the ones that we're talking about today. I know how vital that long-term funding is to sustaining services like these. And since being elected to this chamber, I have repeatedly pressed the Mayor to ensure that our funding streams provide the stability organisations need to plan, to retain expertise, to continue delivering that life-changing support. And so I welcome the funding that we were able to secure with Southall Black Sisters to ensure that they continue that vital work during the gap. And of course, I reiterate what I did, as I did at Budget and Performance Committee only last week, and press the Mayor to say that we should, wherever possible, provide long-term funding, something that he has agreed with me time and time again. And so let's use this as an opportunity to say that when it comes to the critical support and services that are provided by charities such as this one, that we provide as long-term funding as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who can contribute on here? Assemblymember Garbett, sum up.
Thank you. I think there's been a misunderstanding about why we were using Southall Black Sisters here. One, they're an organisation that came to us.
I'm sorry, Assemblymember. I've completely got it out of order. I do apologise. I need to call on Assemblymember Best to sum up the amendment. Sorry. I apologise.
I think if Assemblymember Mahfouz has something to say, he should say it with his chest, because that was absolutely disgusting to allude to that just now. What we did and what I said, so say it with your chest next time if you have something like that to say, because you couldn't actually say it because you know it's rubbish. What we've done is seen a problem, recognised what you're saying is a problem, and made sure that everybody could benefit from the solution. We haven't eradicated any charity from anything. This is a grant process. We're simply picking up the process and saying as an Assembly, yes, you've noted an issue. Let's fix that for everyone, forever. Let's not just get on a soapbox and virtue signal when you think it's popular. But unfortunately, on the left, if people pay attention, that's what you do all the time. It is never about actually fixing the issue. It's about how you think it makes you look. So next time, if you have something to say it. You didn't say it. So next time, instead of alluding to something that's disgusting, say it with your mouth, say it with your chest.
Thank you. Assemblymember Garbett.
So just to be really clear, Southall Black Sisters came to us in this really desperate situation, and what we found is that it highlighted a real issue with the way that the Mayor was using his funding to commission organisations. So to be really clear, the recommendations don't name any specific organisations to fund. It just talks about how we need to listen to by and for organisations, which, just to reiterate what by and for organisations are, they are run by and for migrant and minority people. So they are organisations specifically representing marginalised communities. So we wanted to use their experience to raise an issue with funding. This is about equity. So I'm going to stand up proudly for equity. I think if a buy and for organisation is struggling, it's about making the system fairer. And that's what you do when you look at making systems equitable. So we're using the example of what's happened to Southall Black Sisters to say that there's ways that we can improve. And you've removed a sentence that literally says, reflect the needs of marginalised communities, which I think is terrible. So our recommendations were clear. They don't ask for support for a specific organisation. We were using Southall Black Sisters as a specific key example that's happened within the last 6 months to explain this situation in funding, and then making recommendations that are always talked about by the voluntary sector at large, and then making a specific reference to buy and for organisations which support minoritized groups. So I stand by our motion. I'm going to reject the amendment and stand by our motion unamended.
Thank you. So I'm going to take the amendment first. All those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assemblymember Best, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 votes against, Chair. That falls.
Right. Now, can we now see all those in favour of the motion as unamended?
The motion as unamended, Chair. Votes in favour, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please indicate.
Those votes against, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. And we'll, rather than, we're still looking to get some more paper on 3.3. So if we can move on, give people time to consider. They haven't all got it. So if we can now move on to the motion 3.5 about driverless taxis, and it's in the name of Assemblymember Bakari. If you could move your motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. London's taxi sector is at a crossroads. Automated robo-taxi services are expected to begin operating on our streets this year. And in many ways, it's exciting. What was once some kind of sci-fi fantasy is becoming a reality, and it may bring huge benefits to Londoners, from enhanced safety to new accessibility innovations. But I am concerned that if we don't manage the disruptive tech effectively, we will see an entire sector destabilised in a way that is harmful to both drivers and customers. Now, over the past decade, the number of licensed black cabs have fallen by approximately 36%. And what will the next decade mean for all of those cabbies starting out now, investing in their futures? And what will it mean for the customers who depend on them? For disabled Londoners, the black cab is, as yet, the only guaranteed fully accessible door-to-door service. And if that fleet declines further, accessibility is under threat. In June 2025, we brought forward a motion calling for establishment of a taxi and private hire commissioner, and it was referred to the Transport Committee with no further action followed. So I'm asking again, because if not now, when? Surely this is precisely the moment to appoint a clear, accountable point person, a commissioner tasked with overseeing emerging technologies, protecting accessibility standards, supporting workforce transition, and acting as a structured advocate for the trade. And when I met with Waymo, they told me something that should give the Assembly pause. In every US city where they have launched, they have introduced a free driver-operated service for wheelchair users while developing fully accessible autonomous vehicles. They have not done so here yet. They told us candidly that they were conscious that such a move could cannibalise the London's black cab industry. And this is the technology that we're having to deal with today explicitly. So please think carefully. Too many cabbies tell us that they're feeling unheard by the Transport for London, and instead partnership or support they want to see is in decline. This motion therefore sets out 3 measured steps. published review into impact automated passenger services, accessibility roundtable, hearing from deaf and disabled organisations, and establishment of a commissioner to provide oversight. Automation is coming. The question is whether we are going to embrace it or whether we are going to govern it. Let's make sure that the innovation strengthens the London transport network rather than fragments it. And that's accessibility, fairness and accountability are hardwired into the system from the very beginning.
Thank you. Assembly Member Roberts to second.
Yes, I reserve the right, please.
Thank you very much. If nobody's indicating, we have an amendment proposed in the name of Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. We wholeheartedly support the motion as it is, but unfortunately what we cannot support is yet another addition to the Mayor's excessive wage bill. So we cannot support the idea of a commissioner. What is being proposed for that commissioner should be done by the Mayor or should be done by the Deputy Mayor. There are enough people in this organisation to perform that function, so we do not need an additional person. Otherwise, we fully support the motion, and therefore we ask that the Assembly take into consideration the need to reduce the Mayor's wage bill, not increase it, and we ask that you support our amendment.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson to second, please.
Second, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair. We won't be supporting this motion and we won't be supporting the amendment either. So we absolutely acknowledge the arrival of autonomous vehicles in London is a huge, massive issue. So effect on jobs, including on black taxis, but not just black taxis, on congestion, impact on public transport, road safety, the impact on transport for disabled people, but also potentially on the personal safety of women. It's going to affect every Londoner in one way or another. So that's why this is a far too large an issue for us to be bounced into positions about what the solutions are. We can't just see it. While the experience and the views of black taxis are hugely important, we can't just see it through the lens of how we deal with that particular issue. So we should allow a proper investigation into this. We should take some time between us and work out what the solutions are. And on the amendment, yes, we would have concerns about the Commissioner, but the point is, if we're supporting an amendment that takes it out, it sort of implies that we're supporting the rest of it, so we can't really support the amendment. Yeah, so that's that. So, yeah, we're going to vote against it, but not because we don't think these issues are important, but just we can't be bounced into solutions on the basis of one motion. We've done a bit of talking about what motions are for. Don't think this is what it's for.
Thank you. Assembly Member Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. And we thank the Lib Dems for bringing this motion to the Assembly today, which the Conservative group will be voting to support. Just over a year ago, just under a year ago, we had the event here hosted by Freeing Out and the Centre for London that predicted that London's black cab trade would be extinct by 2045. We're now a year later, so a year closer to that, and not much has moved on. So it is really important that we act now to help save the black cab trade. And the threats outlined in this motion is yet another thing that will only accelerate the decline of our black cab trade, which is why we'll be supporting the motion. However, we cannot support Reform's amendment. I have a great amount of sympathy with the argument put forward by Assembly Member Prince. But the amount of, the licence renewal alone is in such a mess right now, with TfL not being able to handle the licensing powers it has. There's no detail on how they're going to address that with the new licensing powers they're getting, which is why we feel that a dedicated commissioner is the right course of action, and that's why we can't support an amendment that seeks to remove it. We see that commissioner role as vital to what this motion is trying to achieve. So we will be voting against the amendment, but for the overall motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you. Now, I believe that autonomous vehicles are an existential threat to our city, to many of the people who live in this city, who work in this city. I agree with all the things about the threat to jobs, the threat to taxis, to private hire drivers. There are so many more issues, though, than are mentioned in this motion. There is no mention here of the impact on Vision Zero, and as everyone will probably know, Vision Zero is what got me into politics. The safety implications of these vehicles have not been fully tested. And we need to make sure that they are really looked into carefully. You can't just make assumptions. On the Commissioner, I don't know whether we need a Commissioner or not. I suspect we don't, but I don't know that. And I don't think that we should be signing up to a motion supporting a Commissioner without that role of the Commissioner, without having actually done some work to work out whether or not it is needed. As I say, I suspect it probably isn't. And then the final ask, the accessibility roundtable. I think this is absolutely critical, but it needs to go much broader. Assembly Member Baker mentioned Vogue. The risk to women travelling alone in an autonomous taxi. What happens if someone else tries to get into the taxi as well? There is none of this has yet been worked out. We need to be making sure that we look into this technology and this new thing on our roads really, really carefully and in detail. There was one more absolute killer point. Yes, congestion. These vehicles are going to drive around continuously. They're going to wreck the mayor's ability to meet his transport objectives.
You're out of time,
and we are
Assembly
going to
Member.
vote against.
You're out of time, Assembly Member. Thank you very much. We now go on to if there's no other contributors, I'll go to Assembly Member Roberts, who's reserved his right, or who's reserved their rights?
No, Assembly Member Wilson, Chair. For reserved rights, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Assembly Member Wilson. Why have I got Roberts?
Yeah. Well, thank you. Interesting discussion. As my colleague said, we fully support the principle and the issues that are raised in the motion, and that is why, if colleagues are not minded to back our amendment, then we will support the motion as unamended. Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't want to come back, Assembly Member Roberts, at all? Oh, you do? Yeah. Yeah. Here you go.
I do feel obliged. Thank you, Chair. It's a very odd situation that we find ourselves in, because what we have is a series of proposals here which ask us to look at the very things which Assembly Member Russell was talking about safety, about violence against women, as we heard earlier, about how these things are going to work. It's to commission the review. It's to look into all of the points. And to say that you're not going to support a motion simply because it is not broad enough, it's not defined enough. The question is, if we had been more specific, if we had defined it further, absolutely. We probably would have been told, oh, it's too prescriptive. It's looking at too many things. There's far too much going on in this motion. So I genuinely don't understand why you wouldn't want to support it. I can understand, to be honest, the idea of not wanting to increase the headcount and whether there's a need for a commissioner, but you need somebody who's going to drive this review through. And that's where the commissioner would have a role. And we've seen commissioners working very well. I mean, I know that this is going to upset Assembly Member Georgiou, but I think that Will Norman, as a walking and cycling commissioner, does a very good job in advocating for these things. All we're asking for, and this is why I would hope, actually, that rather than vote against the motion, that Labour might consider abstaining on it, because then there may be enough votes for it to pass, is that this isn't bouncing either. This isn't bouncing. We came with something very similar to this nearly a year ago. And we could just be fine. We could just say, yeah, well, this is fine, but it's not bouncing. So all I would say is, This is necessary. This is needed. Would you please, if you can't vote for it, then at least abstain. But I hope that everybody will vote for it, because it's a jolly good motion as it is and doesn't need amending. Thank you.
Jolly good.
Thank you. Assembly Member... Excuse me. Assembly Member Prince to sum up, please, for the amendment.
Thank you. I think it is a shame that members opposite do not agree that we just do not need to increase the number of employees in this building, because on virtually every other occasion, certainly the members from my past group definitely have argued for that and put in amendments and so on. So I think that's a shame. I really do think that we should be leaning on the Deputy Mayor to up his game rather than just accepting that he's not doing the job as well as he could and therefore paying for someone else to do his job. So I would like to think that the members opposite will consider our amendment, but absolutely we agree with the principles of this, and as we've already indicated, we will be supporting the motion if we don't get our amendment through.
And Assembly Member Bakari to sum up.
Thank you. We just can't delay. They're coming, and we need to make sure that we're prepared. The Mayor and the TfL are sleepwalking into a critical moment, and if the Greens and the Labour group don't support this motion, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed that the London Assembly looks like they're sleepwalking too. And we cannot doubt the impact that robo-taxis are going to have on the industry. We cannot allow another 6 months or a year to go by without a zero strategy in place. And we take on board all of the arguments that have been said by Assembly Member Russell, but that's what's in the motion. That is what we're asking for, that we are acknowledging all of those issues. There are 3 asks here. The first one, that I believe that Assembly Member Baker and the Assembly have actually been calling for. The second one is what disabled Londoners have been calling for, rather than being an afterthought, that to be involved with the roundtable. And the third ask is actually what black cab unions have been asking for. So this is a motion that actually brings all of these 3 groups together. It's a motion that's bringing all of these communities with one effort, one big effort from us to show that we are ready. But I fear that we will be, as an Assembly, presiding over the demise of the black taxi trade. And that is what I'm worried about. Today, I'm grateful for the Conservative support, and I really hope that the Labour and the Green Party do change their position on this. And thank you to Assembly Member Prince for accepting our motion if it doesn't your amendment doesn't go through. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Now I'd like to take all those in favour.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, of course.
On the amendment or the substantive?
Both. We're doing the amendment. The amendment's coming next.
Right, okay.
Sorry, the amendment's coming next to vote on that. You don't want it on the amendment, you want it on the main course. OK, then. All those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Prince?
Apologies. Assembly Member Russell is asking for a recorded vote amendment. Okay.
The power is in your hands and you use it as you will. Anyone's hands. All those in favour of Assembly Members... Yes. If that's what you're asking for, we can. We can.
Right. Thank you, members. We've been asked to have a recorded vote on both the amendment and the substantive motion. I'm first going to ask for votes in relation to the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Prince. I'm going to call members alphabetically with the chair and deputy chair, well, with the deputy chair and the chair called last. And I will ask members to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
Against, because we can sack a few deputy mayors, Keith.
Assembly Member Bakari. Assembly Member Bakari.
Against, but still pleased that you're going to support at the end.
Assembly Member Clark. Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai. Assembly Member Garbett.
Against.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Georgiou. Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member Harani. Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Against.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince.
For.
Assembly Member Roberts.
Against.
Assembly Member Russell. Assembly Member Small-Edwards.
Against.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Against.
Assembly Member Wilson.
For.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair in the Chair.
Against.
That is 21 votes against, Chair, 2 in favour. That amendment falls. If members bear with me, we will move on to the roll call vote on the substantive motion. Nearly. Very close.
Right. We're now moving on to the recorded vote for the main motion.
Thank you, Chair.
That would be
I will call members in alphabetical order. Assembly Member Ahmad. Against. This is on the substantive motion in the name of Assembly Member Bakari.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark. Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai. Assembly Member Garbett.
Against.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Georgiou. Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Harani. Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Against.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince.
For Hina's motion.
Assembly Member Roberts.
For.
Assembly Member Russell. Assembly Member Small-Edwards.
Against.
Assembly Member Turrell.
For.
Assembly Member Wilson.
For.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair in the Chair.
For.
That is 12 votes against, 11 votes in favour. That substantive falls, Chair. I'll make that. Sorry, that's 11. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 votes against, 11 votes for. Yep. So that falls.
That falls, yes. So that falls. We now go on to. Are we going back to 3.3?
I'm in members' hands. We have 3.6 to go before we get to urgent motions, or we can go back to 3.3 now if members.
3.6 because the question.
Yeah.
Oh yes, let's do that. We'll now move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Baker about bleed kit control unit, bleed control kits.
And an altered version of this motion has been tabled.
Slightly altered, yes. Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. And firstly, I want to thank the London Youth Assembly and particularly Hugo Maxwell and Mia Morma, who are in the public gallery here, for bringing this issue to the attention of the Assembly and for their assiduous lobbying and campaigning on behalf of young Londoners. They have raised with me and others on the Assembly that young Londoners feel that there's an inequality about emergency health provision, and particularly they're seeking a rollout of pilots and rollouts of bleed kits. For instance, on many places on our transport network now, we have installed defibrillators, which are hugely useful for obviously saving lives, but let's face it, more likely to be used for older Londoners. Are we listening to the voices of what young Londoners want? So they feel that a wider rollout of bleed kits on the transport network, including our buses, which are used so frequently by young people, would be beneficial for emergency situations. And I've heard too often from young people that they don't always feel as safe as they should do travelling, for instance, to and from school. And there are many things we should do to address this, but passing this motion will show we are listening to young people and backing the investigation about a potentially valuable method of saving lives. So we've seen bleed kits already piloted on some routes in London, and they're also rolled out in other areas of the country. So what we're asking is bleed kits in major bus stations and then pilot installation of bleed kits on selected bus routes, as well as developing training and awareness, and then looking at what happens in that pilot and analysing whether we should be looking at a broader rollout. This is a sensible, well-supported plan thrashed out with young people, and I hope you'll be able to support this cross-party motion.
I will be seconding that motion formally, unless does anybody else want to speak? Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm always very supportive of the Youth Assembly, and lovely to see two of you here today. And I think this is yet another example of where they add value to the work that we do. The shame is that the Mayor does not support or share their concerns or enthusiasm on this issue. Some of you will know that I work with a couple of organisations that install bleed kits, certainly across my patch of Havering and Redbridge. We have installed kits in high streets. We have installed kits with the help of the Rotary Club into schools across Havering and Redbridge. So we are very much in favour of them, and we've done a lot of work on that. In fact, one of our bleed kits was used last year and saved a young man's life when we were able to get it from the local college. However, others of you may remember, I think it was last year, when I actually asked the Mayor if we could install the bleed kits into the local railway stations across my patch on the District line and on the Elizabeth line and on the Liberty line. And he was very negative about that, very dismissive, and said that on advice from the LAS, the London Ambulance Service, that he and they did not agree with the installation of these bleed kits. So I fear, whilst I support the motion and the enthusiasm behind it, I fear very much that this will be falling on deaf ears, and that the Mayor will again reject this very sensible idea of having a kit that can save someone's life, but he would rather not agree to that and suffer the consequences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Any others contribute? Right. And to second, you know, the tragedy of knife crime in London is something that we all understand, and we all hate the fact that knives are on our streets and affecting the lives of young people. And so therefore it's pretty awful when that tragedy is doubled. First, that a young person has decided to use a knife against another young person. And secondly, that a life has been lost because we couldn't get attention to that victim in time. And so it seems eminently sensible, and it does take young people to look through what we think is the obvious, to look through and see what the problem is. And that's why I'm indebted to London Youth Assembly members Maxwell and London Youth Assembly member Mormer for being here today to share their effectively what is their motion with us today. It proves the value of listening to young people in London, the value of, you know, the whole idea that young people should be seen and not heard. I hope we never hear of again, because their voice is important, their contribution is important, and let's face it, they came forward with this when adults weren't able to prioritise it as much as they could. So I am urging the Assembly to support this motion today, support our young people who've put this motion here, but also support those victims whose lives we could save if this motion were carried out. Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, to sum up, please.
I don't feel the need to do.
All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Looks like it. That is unanimous. Right, where are we now?
Shall we return to
Something much less consensual, I reckon. Let's see.
3.3.
3 point. Are we going back to 3.3?
If members are content to do so.
Okay. So we now have the motion proposed in the name of Assembly Member Best that has...
And Assembly Member Best is moving an altered version.
An altered version. Are members satisfied that they have seen the alteration suggested? Assembly Member Best, if you could propose your motion.
Many thanks, Chair. And I would start by saying I don't need to declare a pecuniary interest in this motion as I didn't go to university. The reason for that was that I went straight out to work. And within a year of being at work, I noticed when I was working in the glamorous job of a call centre taking complaints from Nissan customers that everyone working alongside me was also a graduate. And so I thought, why would I go to university, rack up debt to come back to the same job that people are leaving university to go to? And I know since then the situation for young people has only got worse. And I think it's time to address that as a country, the UK has always struggled to have a coherent, fair and trusted funding system for our universities. I think the goal of everyone is that there should be equal opportunity for education. And we have never got that fully right when it comes to university. To go on a slight history lesson, and that's important, I think, for what people wanted as part of this motion, it was, of course, Harold Macmillan that first introduced grants to help more people from all backgrounds go to university. It was, unfortunately, then, in 1977, Jim Callaghan, who started the first trend of not just tripling fees, but over tripling fees to go to tuition fees to go to university. I then think that the more later history through Tony Blair, the coalition government, and now Rachel Reeves, you are probably more au fait with, so I won't bother you with that. But to say it has been a complex history and no one party here could wash their hands and say we've got everything right, apart from maybe the Greens in Reform, simply by never having to make any decisions in power. But I think when it comes to that, we wanted to be honest, which is why when it came to... Sorry, I overheard Assembly Member Harney saying mostly Tory, even though I think we've just heard that most of the damage was done by Tony Blair, Jim Callaghan being over tripling tuition fees, and it was the Tories that first brought in maintenance grants to allow people from all backgrounds to go to university. So I think that should be noted again. I mean, I'm happy to do the history lesson anytime you want, but what ultimately we've got is young people being punished, now making no dent in their loans, and told at the time it was the best loan they could take, and that was not clear. And that's why I'm really happy to include the additional text that Labour wanted in there, which they said, if you put this additional text basically saying the Tories and Lib Dems screwed up, we'll vote for it. So I've said, yes, we'll do that, but we will also keep the text saying Rachel Reeves has screwed up. Now, as I understand it, Labour do not want to vote for this, which I think is shameful. Because if we want to fix this problem, it means everyone putting their hands up and saying, this is where we got it wrong, and let's fix it. That is shameful. Why were you happy to say what other people have got wrong, but not what you did? And so when everyone around here has accepted, OK, yes, you're right, because this is young people, this is our children that are going to be affected by that. This is a lot of people in this assembly being affected as well. This is our staff being affected. We're saying let's be grown-ups and let's say, OK, everybody put their hands up and let's say we're responsible, but let's fix it. And actually, that's what's happening now, you see, with Kemi Badenoch saying, let's fix this. And so we're asking you today to fix it. And I thought you were up for that. You said, OK, let's do it. It will be shameful if you now can't accept your faults and you vote against it simply because we want to say where everybody has stepped wrong. That will be absolutely shameful, and I hope you change your position on that. Thank you.
Assembly Member Georgiou to second, please.
I'll second and reserve my right to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Small Edwards. If you'd like to move the amendment, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank Assembly Member Best for highlighting what I think is a really important issue for so many Londoners. The reason we tabled this amendment is that we think it gives important context to the perilous situation that faces so many graduates in London. We cannot forget that it was the Liberal Democrat Conservative coalition that trebled tuition fees from £3,000 to £9,000. This despite the Lib Dem manifesto actually promising to abolish tuition fees. By trebling the cost of education, the coalition brought in a system that left students in England leaving university with over £50,000. This is the highest average student debt in the world, 3 times the level of debt faced in the United States. And then you factor in the changes made to the interest paid on Plan 2 loans. Given the high interest rate, graduates, once they start earning, often see the size of their debt actually increase because the repayments don't keep up with the interest charged. The result is that Plan 2 loans operate like a tax, meaning anyone earning over £51,000 faces a marginal tax of 51%. And while £51,000 is, of course, a very good salary, when average London rents are £2,716, clearly the cost of living is still a huge challenge for graduates earning that amount. We're encouraged by the Education Secretary's comments that the government is now looking at how that burden can be eased for those on Plan 2 loans, and that's why we objected to the political language in the amended motion. I hope the injustice of these Plan 2 loans can be addressed, and as such, I beg to move the amendment.
Chair, as a point of order, because I'm genuinely confused, Assemblymember Small-Edwards spoke to adding context that wasn't in the motion, and the altered motion has that context. Has he got the altered motion that has that context?
Do you have the altered motion?
Yes, I have the altered motion, yeah. Can I address the political language that we objected to in the altered motion? That was
OK. Assemblymember Hirani, to second.
Formally second and reserve my right to.
Anybody else? Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair. The question I think I asked at the budget meeting last week was, when you leave this place, do you go away thinking, yes, I've achieved something today? And this particular amendment from Labour, taking out the issue about the repayment thresholds, will mean that you will go away with having achieved nothing. You will be approached by people possibly in your constituency, possibly on the tube, possibly at one of the cheese and wine parties that Assemblymember Boff spoke about so warmly last week. And they'll say to you, what are you doing about these thresholds? What are you doing to make the system fairer? And you'll say, absolutely nothing at all. But do you know what? I did manage to make a reference to the Lib Dems and to the coalition, and we really put it across them. And they say, oh, will that ease my debt burden? Will that make me richer? Will that stop me actually getting poorer? And you'll say, actually, no, you will be poorer. Your debt burden will still be high. And it is a result of a decision which has been taken by this Labour government. Don't forget, you keep mentioning coalition. We know what a coalition is. 2 parties working together. No party gets exactly what it wants. Labour, at the moment, are on their own. And they're doing this. They have a huge supermajority, and yet they are still doing this. This is something which has been owned by Labour, which has been created by Labour, and it is their problem. They have the power at their disposal to change the system by themselves. And they would have the support of parties across Parliament. The Conservatives realise that there was a mistake made. The Lib Dems, my God, the Lib Dems realise there's been a mistake made, and we've said sorry, and we paid the price for it. But now Labour, on your own, this is going to be entirely on you. So when people are losing their homes, when people are losing their jobs, when people are getting poorer, in a few years' time, we will point out and say, James Small-Edwards, Assemblymember Small-Edwards, had the opportunity to do something against this, but he played petty party politics and didn't change a damn thing. Once again, what are Labour for?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hated to stop you on that one, Assemblymember Roberts, but I had to. Assemblymember Russell, please.
I need to declare a pecuniary interest. I have children with Plan 2 student loans. I think Assemblymember Best did a really good thing with her alteration, accepting it on the chin where her own party has been a problem in this whole history and this whole mess, and trying to put in the full history of all the things that have gone wrong with student loans and student finance. When I went to university in the very early 1980s, we were all really shocked that there were no grants anymore, and but we weren't paying actual fees. But the way that the fees have come in, and then the fees have gone up, and then the loans have got bigger and bigger, and people have been encouraged to take them on because it was a normal thing, it was organised by the government, kind of what, you know, if you can't trust something that's been organised by the government, what can you trust? And now we have young people trapped in a really devastating situation where they, however much they pay off on their student loan, it just goes up and up. And that is so demotivating, demoralising, and just clearly unfair. Now, the Green Party has always wanted to look at a way to try and find a way to achieve debt forgiveness for student loans. We don't yet know how on earth one would do it, but the principle is that young people should be able to be educated, that education should be available to everyone in a way that is free or at least properly affordable. So we will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Anybody else who isn't a seconder or something? No? Assembly Member Hirani, did you want to contribute?
Thank you. I wasn't actually going to speak because I think Assembly Small Edwards covered it all. I just wanted to correct something because I think Assembly Member Best misheard me when I wasn't pinning the blame on the Tories, because actually all parties, as has been mentioned, do have had a role to play in this. But it was just a point really I made around her point about the Greens and Reform never having any bit of power and responsibility. I said they're all former Tories anyway in response to Reform. So, in response to the Reform Party, but I've got nothing further to add on top of what Assembly Member Edwards has said.
I wasn't sure about that exchange. I just heard that Caroline Russell was a Tory. Is that right? There's something you're not telling us. Sorry. I don't. Reform. Okay. Sorry.
Progressing, Caroline.
This is why. This is why we should speak one at a time and not heckle. I do disapprove of heckling.
No, he doesn't.
Assembly Member Georgiou, please.
So I have a more direct disclosable pecuniary interest because I was the first cohort to pay the £9,000 a year. And I don't want to speculate on people's ages. I might be the only one that paid the £9,000 a year to go to university. And the reason why I didn't begrudge doing so, because why should a single working mother with 3 jobs pay for my university education? So I didn't begrudge it. But then again, I think going back to the point, and I think Assembly Member Best and Assembly Member Roberts rightly articulated it, the scheme had unintended consequences, which, as many government schemes do across all political parties, is hard to envision at the time, and I think we all agree that. But I would also add that one of the key unintended consequences, if at the time it was you paid back at £21,000, today with inflation it's £27,000 and up to £66,000, if you fall in that bracket, you're in real trouble because you start paying it back. And let's be honest, living in London, rents, travel and all the associated costs of being a Londoner, it soon becomes unaffordable under the current system. Now, one thing that the system did change, it made life better for poorer students through various grants, which we should welcome. But I will take no lectures from the Labour Party, given that at the 2015 general election, there was a hypothecated graduate tax proposed by one Ed Miliband. And I don't remember them opposing it at that time. So I would say to you, look, because of fiscal drag, we do have to look at abolishing the real interest rates on Plan 2 students' loan, and I would be a net beneficiary of that. But we do hope that the Mayor of London, for all his talk of supporting younger Londoners, to work cross-party to right the wrongs of the past. I don't begrudge the £9,000 a year. I do begrudge being trapped in a scheme that makes me poorer and many other younger Londoners poorer.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Best, if you'd like to sum up.
Thank you. I would say that it's just so boring. get this from Labour all the time, and I know you say, what is the point of you? Every time, when it's police front counters, robocars, whatever we're talking about, it's like, oh, we support what you're saying, but this just isn't the answer. We support what you're saying, but this is just too prescriptive. We support what you're saying, but we think there's a better way. All this, but with no answer ever. And today we had it. We support what you're saying, but, oh, you're not talking about the coalition enough. So we said the bits about the coalition, and now you're still going to vote against it. It's boring. What is the point of it? Why are you here? When we had our government here, this is something I've always been strong about, and so have this group as well, and many of us in the council. We are not here to be allies of Conservatives in power. We are critical friends, because we're here elected by Londoners, and we've always been willing to say when something isn't right. And it's unfortunate that none of you want to do that. I don't know why you're here. I think some of them go, when I've literally just accepted the criticism of the government into the amendment. So I think the facts are in front of you. I don't know what the point is. Either you support it or you don't. Stop saying to us all, we support it, but we'll see, and then never put in an amendment. Honestly, it's so boring. Just do something or go home. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of the amendment proposed by... Oh, I'm afraid you didn't, did you? I do apologise. Got it the wrong order.
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to sum up. But what I would say is that I think we've heard some really brilliant speeches today on this issue. In terms of why we've tabled the amendment and not voted or not planning on voting for the amended motion as put forward by the Conservative group, is that Assemblymember Best spoke of Wilson, of Callaghan, of Blair, a really great long history of university education within Britain, but none of that was in the motion. What was in the motion was political language bashing the government, and that's what we object to. So what we would have objected was that long history, but that's not what we got. What we got was political bashing of the government, which they know we couldn't support. So we welcome that the Education Secretary is looking at this area, and we hope that the injustice of the current system is overturned. Thank you.
OK. I'm sorry for taking those two last contributions out of order. Yeah, I know. I apologise. I apologise. But having said that, can we see all those in favour of Assemblymember Small Edwards' amendment, please?
Those in favour of the amendment, please show. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 votes in favour, Chair.
And can we see all those votes against the amendment?
Those votes against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes against, Chair. That falls.
Thank you. And now if I can put the unamended motion to the Assembly. All those in favour, please.
It is unamended but altered.
Oh,
please,
unamended
Chair.
but altered. Are everybody happy they've seen
the altered motion in the name of Assemblymember Best? Those in favour are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please.
Those against. I see no votes against, Chair. That is carried.
Right. Now we go on to the appointment of independent
We
mayors.
do. Thank you, Chair.
We now move on to no motions yet. The reappointment of independent persons. Can I ask Assembly members to agree the appointment of Suzanne McCarthy and Farhat Sadiq as independent persons under Section 28(7) of the Localism Act 2011 to be extended to the 30th of April 2029, noting that this matter is a joint decision with the Mayor, and agree to pay each independent person £1,250 per annum as an allowance payable in April each year for the work undertaken in the previous year. Is all those in favour? That's agreed, is it? Anybody against? Nobody's saying against? OK. The date of the next meeting of the Assembly will be on the 26th of March, and it will be a Mayor's question time here in the chamber at City Hall. I now have 3 urgent motions, which are...
going round. Apologies, Chair.
And the 4th is coming round now. I have 4 urgent motions, which I agreed to admit to the agenda, which Assembly members will have received on a supplementary agenda. This is in accordance with relevant standing orders 3.12 and 100B4B, section 100B4B of the Local Government Act 1972. Oh, we must get a short way of saying this stuff. I now invite Assembly Member Hall to make an oral statement of up to 1 minute as to why the Assembly should consider the urgent motion in her name. The Assembly will then decide by taking a vote without debate whether to consider the motion. Assembly Member Hall.
It's very simple and I'll be very quick. It's because this particular event happened on the 27th of February, so therefore proper notice couldn't be given.
Thank you. And can I see all those in favour of admitting this as an urgent item?
Those in favour of discussing this as an urgent item, I see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I'm willing
6.
to say it's carried.
Okay.
It's carried. It looks almost unanimous, if not. Do we now discuss it, or do I go on to the other
Assembly
ones?
Member Hall please move the motion?
Now, Assembly Member Hall, please move the motion.
Okay, I will be quick because I am pretty certain that everybody here will agree with this. The motion starts, the Assembly wishes to condemn in the strongest possible terms the appalling desecration of the statue of Sir Winston Churchill in Parliament Square on the 27th of February. I'm absolutely sick to death, as so many of you will be, of seeing our wonderful statues spray painted, of comments like globalise the intifada. This particular damage apparently cost £11,970 to repair. What does that say about London if we get visitors coming to seeing spray paint over everything? It is disgraceful. It's also in Parliament Square, where we're supposed to have lots and lots of police officers. It's a place that has got to be kept safe. So we're actually asking for the Mayor to make sure that the police have resources to keep that area safe. But on a wider point, we should not put up with this damage that is going on around London. People can demonstrate by all means, but actually damaging the fabric of London is absolutely outrageous and should not be allowed. I'll leave it at there, Chairman, because I'm sure we've got full agreement.
Assembly Member Georgiou to second.
Second and reserve my right to speak.
Does anybody wish to contribute to this motion? Assembly Member Garbett.
Thank you. Non-violent direct action has always been a legitimate and necessary part of democratic political life. When the usual channels of political change fail, when governments ignore public opinion, international law or moral responsibility, people have turned to non-violent civil disobedience to force attention to injustice. Rather than worrying about a statue, what should worry us all is the policies provoked such action. The UK's complicity and continued support for Israel, a country which the UN found to be committing a genocide against Palestinians. The UK is deeply complicit in supporting Israel's genocide in Gaza through arms sales, RAF flights over Gaza from its Cyprus base, intelligence sharing with Israel, training of Israeli soldiers and other forms of military cooperation. People have compelled to act out of a deep sense of moral consciousness. That's what it says about our city, which can take many forms, from attending weekly demonstrations, demanding that your council divest from companies who profit from death and destruction, spray painting RAF bases like Briz Norton, or vandalising the Churchill statue, as we saw over the weekend. Public anger about the suffering of Palestinians and the complicity of the Western governments is unlikely to disappear simply because protest is restricted, because the law clamps down on them. Red paint and graffiti are just that, red paint, something that can be easily removed. And so this overreach and hysteria pushed by the right is a political choice. We all know that vandalism is criminal offence, and when the country turns a blind eye to global injustice, people are compelled to take non-violent direct action to be heard. Vandalism is nowhere near the same as genocide and war crimes, which is what people have been protesting about for over 2 years now. We will not vote for this motion.
Thank you. Any other contributors before I go to Assembly Member Georgiou? No? Assembly Member Georgiou.
Winston Churchill was the greatest Prime Minister this country has ever seen. He led the fight against Nazi tyranny when other political leaders have failed. And this is where I'm going to keep my remarks on. Let's look at an alternative history. If the same person that graffitied a statue of Adolf Hitler in Parliament Square, had they won, they would have been strung up straight away. So let's look at the truth about this. Those that did this were seeking to make a point. And they are fortunate that we live in a free, democratic country where they will not be murdered and butchered for graffitiing a statue of our national war hero. I give up on the Greens. This is sixth form politics and they know it. Mr. Chairman, if Winston Churchill would not have led our country to victory, try being Jewish in London, try being gay in London, try being a Muslim in London, try being any other ethnic minority than a white male trying to get elected to chambers like this. They wouldn't have it, would they? So the Greens sit there proudly. They spout this nonsense because they feel they've achieved something. They feel they've said something. This is not about Gaza and Palestine. This is about vandalism in our city of the greatest Prime Minister that we've ever had. And they have the luxury of saying nonsense like this because of that man, because of the Labour Party, because of the Liberals going into a grand coalition to defend the interests of our island home. So no, I won't listen to their nonsense, and I hope the whole Assembly votes for this motion and votes for the sectarianism that the Greens push. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, Lord Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to bring this home and bring it a bit closer home and smaller down, right? I want you to understand you have just supported a criminal act because somebody feels aggrieved. So what are you going to say when somebody else commits a criminal act because they feel aggrieved? You will be hypocrites in the extreme if you have any opinion on that at all, because you have justified this because it suits what to me sounds like a fairly extreme view of the world. And I really want you to figure that out. You've said this was legitimate because they feel aggrieved. This was a criminal act. It was a criminal act. Vandalism is a criminal act. Yeah. So what? Saying it's criminal doesn't make it right if you then go support that criminal act. So I want you to understand, if a young person is watching this now, they could and probably will take away from this, well, if I'm upset, crime is OK because I'm upset. That's wrong.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall to sum up, please. Nobody else.
OK. I am shocked. I am truly shocked. I don't know what's happened to the Green Party. I don't know what has happened to people that love the environment and talk about the environment, to actually say we're overacting hysteria over the fact that people are going around with paint, they're vandalising our monuments, they're behaving as criminals and as vandals, and some people here think that that's okay. Well, most people think it is not okay. It is criminal. It is not okay. And to actually spray paint Winston Churchill is I'm looking at you, and you obviously don't see that there's an issue here. And that you don't. And I tell you what, that is the most frightening thing. The fact that you think that it is acceptable for people to go around damaging our statues, knowing that it's criminal, and refer to it as overreaching hysteria. I just do not understand where you're coming from. But I tell you what, I think it's very dangerous. I think if you're actually spreading that to do something like this is acceptable, we will have absolute chaos on our streets. We will have things damaged in our beautiful city, and you're laughing. I'm glad, Zach, that you find this amusing, because actually most of the public will not find this amusing. Most of us love this city. We love what we stand for. We love our monuments and our statues. And the fact that some idiots come along wishing to damage it is nothing short of a disgrace. I'm both shocked but very concerned.
Sum up,
because it's a dangerous situation, Chairman.
Thank you. That So we have that motion in front of us. All those in favour of...
And a reminder, this is an altered version that is in front of members.
Altered version. If you're content, you know what that is. Thank you. All
Thank
those
you.
in favour, please.
All those in favour of the altered motion, urgent motion, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 3 votes. That's 3 votes against. That's carried, Chair, as altered.
Thank you. We now move on to the next urgent item, and I will ask Assembly Member Best to make an oral statement of up to 1 minute as to why the Assembly should consider the urgent motion in her name. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And quite simply, as with Assembly Member Hall's motion, the actions that are discussed within this motion happened after the deadline for motions proper.
Is the Assembly content to consider this as an urgent motion? Agreed?
Yeah, agreed.
I'm seeing no dissent. I'm saying that's agreed. Yes? Therefore, Assembly Member Best, if you could propose your motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's really important that we take this time to show our solidarity with brave Iranians, not only across the world, but here in London. And this Assembly has a proud history of standing with oppressed Iranians. It was back in February 2023 that Assembly Member Polanski and Assembly Member Moema, who, of course, because of her new birth, is not here today, unfortunately, brought a motion to this chamber. And I'd like to read that because I think it's really important when we turn to to recent events. The motion then said, "This Assembly is deeply concerned about the Iranian regime's violent treatment of women and men who are protesting against a violation of their basic human rights following the killing of 20-year-old Mahsa Zina Amini on 16th of September 2022. Iran's security forces have since killed hundreds of citizens, including at least 44 children. Amnesty International found that most of these children were killed due to security forces unlawfully firing live ammunition at their head, heart or other vital organs." And I think what is so depressing is how awful it was in that moment in 2023, and to now look to a time just recently where 36,500 civilian protesters, and many estimate higher, may have been killed by the Iranian authorities. What lies ahead of us now is quite clearly an extremely difficult global path, especially in the Middle East, where times are going to be turbulent. But there is room for joy here for Iranians who have been oppressed for so long by the past supreme leader. And I think we would want to celebrate this moment with all Iranians and hope for a better future for those at home in Iran and abroad and here in London, so that they may live the lives of freedom that they truly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Giorgio to second the motion.
Second and reserve my right to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone? Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. Now, there are points I hope that hopefully everybody around this chamber can agree. For decades, as Assembly Member Best has talked about, the Iranian people have lived under a deeply regressive regime. And any moment that offers them a genuine opportunity of freedom, dignity and a better future, as we saw so powerfully with the campaign for Women, Life, Freedom movement, must be welcomed. But of course, this isn't just about Iran. The actions of that regime have destabilised the Middle East for years through militias and proxies that have fuelled conflict across the region. I saw the impact firsthand when I was running a refugee charity with the largest group coming over to the UK were people fleeing from that repressive regime in Iran. And for many Iranians that I live here in the UK and who I've spoken to in recent days and weeks, the consequences are deeply personal. Some have not been able to see their family for decades. And the threat does not stop at Iran's borders. The activities of the IRGC and their proxies are a very real security threat and concern here in Britain. Just 2 weeks ago, the Manoto TV channel was forced to close its London studios because of very serious security threats. But we must also be clear that we cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. Fundamental questions remain. What is the objective and what is the plan to achieve that objective in this current war, because the consequences are being felt across the region. Brits living and, of course, working in Gulf are now on the front line, and the government has rightly taken steps to protect them and to bring them back here to the UK. And for people in Lebanon, in the country, of course, where my own roots lie, the situation is painfully familiar when I speak to family and friends there, regional powers confronting each other through proxies. It is, of course, time and time again, ordinary people that get caught in the collateral damage and have their daily lives and their futures and their hopes and aspirations thrown by the sidelines. So we need to make sure that we stand by the Iranian people and their aspirations. We must also be clear about the risks and make sure that we are committed to a path that delivers lasting stability for the region. For the people of Iran, for the people of the wider Middle East, they deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no others. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you. When I co-proposed the motion last year, or a couple of years ago, with Assembly Member Moema, I agreed with everything in the motion. As Assembly Member Mahfouz just said, this is a brutal regime and people have been suffering for a long time, and I've always stood with the woman life freedom movement, particularly the protesters on the street. And at the same time, and two things can be true, in the last week, 800 Iranians have been murdered, including a school of estimates of 150 to 160 schoolgirls. This has been an illegal and unprovoked attack by the American government and the Israeli state. And we have a UK Prime Minister that seems to have not condemned it or doesn't seem to consider international law important. So when I look at this motion, there's much to it to agree with, but the final few lines: the Assembly warmly welcomes celebrations and strongly hopes that recent events mark the start of a new chapter. Richard Sheriff, who's the former Supreme NATO commander, he said yesterday, assassinating the Ayatollah is now effectively making a martyred saint. And that is frankly about as subtle as murdering the Pope on the steps of St. Peter's, and the Americans need to have thought all of this through. The fact they haven't, I think, is a real worry, a real indicator that this thing could well turn into something like Iraq to the power of 10. So whilst we absolutely stand with the Iranian people, their freedom and their liberation, we also totally oppose American imperialism and what's happening in this region. And I think it's too bleak to hope that this is a start of a new chapter, because actually what we're not seeing from the UK government is leadership and not calling out the breaking of international law.
Thank you. Assembly Member Georgiou.
I hope somebody clips this up. And I think I've never heard the leader of party compare Ayatollah Khomeini to the Pope. Now, the Pope, you can stop me afterwards. I don't care about your opinion, honestly. The Pope isn't suppressing women, gay people, and Jewish members of the Iranian community, are they? Now, with regard to, I might get into trouble on this one. I know there is one particular deputy leader of a major political party that did mourn the death of Ayatollah Khomeini, so I won't have any crocodile tears today. But yes, and I'd look to Assembly Member Clark, I rejoiced when I saw the joy on Iranian Londoners' faces celebrating on the streets of Finchley and across the globe. I celebrate with them because what's happened is fantastic, quite frankly. There are 45,000 Iranian Londoners that in their heart are singing with joy at the end of this particular tyrant. But going back to what Assembly Member Mahfouz says, this was no innocent man. This is no innocent regime. This is the global capital of terrorism. And as far as I'm concerned, if you come after Britain, you get what you deserve in the end. You cannot drop bombs all over the place, fund terrorist organisations, and then expect sympathy later on. So I wholeheartedly support this motion, and I think all members, bar Assembly Member Polanski, have spoken eloquently as to why all of us on this Assembly should be grateful that Iran is no longer under the rule of Ayatollah Khomeini. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Best to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I just really can't believe it, to be honest. And I go back to the motion that Assemblymember Polanski first put forward to this chamber, which is in the second paragraph, which he says he now doesn't agree with, which is the Assembly recognises the distress that must be felt by our friends and neighbours in London's Iranian communities, including the approximate 45,000 Londoners who were born in Iran as a result of these actions. Those are those faces that I saw crying with joy on the streets. Those were the faces that he recognised would cry with joy on the streets 2 years ago. And I think, to some of his points, I think both myself and Assemblymember Mahfouz recognises that this is not an easy way forward. This is not a route to peace where everything is now settled and free and right. And, of course, there are lessons to be learned from the past. And I think we both recognise that, but we can recognise that while celebrating the joy of the end of an evil supreme leader that oppressed his people. And it is strange to me to hear the CEO trademark of you can criticise Israel without being anti-Semitic, to now say you cannot criticise people celebrating the supreme leader without being Islamophobic. I don't understand why you've drawn that contrast, because we've held a very different opinion before. And I would say this, when it comes to the Iranian militia, or terrorism, as we've seen in the UK, it is everybody that is at risk. From whatever background you come from, this terrorism does not have a bias against Christians, Muslims, Jewish people, Hindus. It will go after anyone in our city. Anyone, as has been seen with terrorism before, anyone in London will be a fatal target of that regime. And so that is why, as a nation, we must condemn it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the motion proposed by Assemblymember Best?
And the motion is as altered. There is a small alteration.
Small alteration.
Thank you. Votes in favour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 in favour, Chair.
All those against?
That is 3 against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you very much. We now move on to Assemblymember Wilson to make an oral statement of up to 1 minute as to why the Assembly should consider the urgent motion in his name. Assemblymember Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't need the whole minute because the reason is basically the same as for the last 2 urgent motions, and the events that are relating to this topic are those that have happened since the deadline for submitting motions was passed. Although I recognise this is an ongoing issue and has been an issue for some time, but the urgency, the reason for now, is because of the events that started on the weekend and the elevated threat level as a result.
Thank you. All those in favour of considering the item as an urgent item?
Well, that looks to me to be general consensus, Chair.
The consensus, yes. So, Assemblymember Wilson, if you could propose your motion.
Thank you, Chair. And in a way, this is obviously related to the last motion, but a different angle, different element of the wider discussion that is now taking place as a result of those events from the weekend onwards. Now, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is a terrorist organisation. I know it, you know it, we all know it. The US government knows it. The Canadian government knows it. The Australian government knows it. The Argentinian government knows it. And even our good friends in the European Union know it. Yet we still have weakness and vacillation from our current Prime Minister. That is embarrassing. It is humiliating. But it is also deadly serious. Whether we like it or not, the UK is involved in this conflict in the Middle East. Our military assets have been targeted. Our servicemen and women are under threat, as are our expat civilians as well. But the IRGC's operations go beyond that of a traditional military adversary. At present, its operatives are free to operate unimpeded on UK soil, to sow division, to intimidate, to harass, to foment extreme anti-Semitism, and to plot acts of terror. We've all seen press reports suggesting no fewer than 20 such plots, including those to kill or kidnap British or UK-based individuals in this country since 2022. and the alleged planned attack on the Israeli embassy in Kensington that was foiled by the security services last May. Now, we can all have our different views about the current conflict, its causes, its progress and its potential outcomes. But as London Assembly members, what should unite all of us is a firm desire to keep the streets of London and the people who live and work and play in London safe. Keep our streets safe, keep our people safe. Prescription of this organisation is not just a political gesture. It gives the authorities the ability to take preemptive steps, not just to respond to things after.
If you could draw your remarks to a close, please.
Prescription would criminalise membership or support, empower law enforcement to disrupt, and send the very, very clear signal that operating in this way on British soil is simply not acceptable. I hope members will support us.
Thank you very much. I only gave you 28 seconds because I missed you earlier on in the day. So, Assembly Member, I know. Assembly Member Prince to second, please.
Thank you. I so second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Anybody to speak on this motion? No. Do you want to speak, Assembly Member Prince?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The IRGC has been linked to at least 20 credible threats in the UK. So this is not a theoretical threat. This is a real, present and growing threat. In May 2025, counter-terrorism police foiled an alleged imminent attack on the Israeli embassy in Kensington. That incident should serve as a wake-up call about the scale of the threat we face. The IRGC is not behaving like a conventional military force. It operates like a professionalised terrorist organisation coordinating attacks, proxies and intimidation abroad. We have seen drone attacks on diplomatic infrastructure and strikes on international military assets, including the US Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. With the UK allowing the United States to operate from British bases, the risk of retaliation against Britain and its infrastructure and personnel is very, very real. London is not immune. As a global capital, diplomatic hub and home to major infrastructure, London could easily be a target. That is why the Assembly should send a clear message to the government. The IRGC should be formally prescribed under the Terrorism Act 2000. The UK should also recognise the Islamic Republic of Iran as a state sponsor of terrorism. And the Assembly should receive a briefing from the Metropolitan Police Counter-Terrorism Command on how the IRGC linked activities are being monitored here in London. Londoners deserve to know that every possible step is being taken to keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Wilson to sum up.
There isn't really much to sum up, is there?
Not really.
Other than I would request a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. We'll now have a roll call vote.
Bear with me, please, Chair. And also a reminder that the vote is on the altered version, which members have seen and has been tabled. As before, I will ask members to indicate, call members alphabetically, and I'll ask them to indicate if they are voting for, against or abstaining. Assembly Member Ahmed.
For.
Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Not voting.
Assembly Member Clark. Assembly Member Cooper.
For.
Assembly Member Desai. Assembly Member Garbett.
For.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Georgiou. Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Harani. Assembly Member Mahfouz. Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
For.
Assembly Member Roberts.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Small Edwards.
For.
Assembly Member Turrell.
For.
Assembly Member Wilson.
4.
An Assembly Member Bath, Deputy Chair in the Chair.
4.
That is 21 votes in favour, Chair, no votes against, 1 abstention. That urgent motion is carried as altered.
Thank you. And we now have our, what is, I hope it's our final urgent motion. We could still have more. A motion in the name of Assembly Member Lord Bailey. I'm going to ask Assembly Member Lord Bailey to, just for 1 minute, tell us why this should be considered urgent.
Thank you, Chair. Security, democracy and local voices and the Mayor's responsibility is why. Recent arrests for espionage show the threat of foreign interference is real. It looks like an attack on our democracy. We are politicians. We should be at the vanguard of defending our policy, our democracy. Secondly, to now build a very large Chinese embassy next to one of our most delicate and worthwhile pieces of infrastructure needs to be looked at again. What?
This is the last chance.
Oh.
This is the last chance, yeah.
This is the last chance to have this conversation before Purdah.
Yeah, I wonder when we're going to get to that.
We don't call it Purdah anymore.
Excuse me, pre-election period.
All those in favour of hearing this as an urgent motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour of hearing it, Chair.
All those against hearing it?
Those against are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes against, so that means it will be heard, Chair.
So we will be listening to it. I just wanted to emphasise to members that there is one small textual amendment in the 6th paragraph. It says the Chinese Assembly. It means Chinese Embassy. So if you can, that's a small amendment. That being said, Assembly Member Lord Bailey, could you propose your motion?
Before I was so rudely interrupted. Look, recent espionage arrests show that the threat of foreign interference is real. It looks like they're targeting some of our most august legal political bodies. There's been 4 recent arrests of people associated with the Labour Party. Now, while there's been no charges and those people remain innocent until the police say otherwise, yeah, they have been. That is a major part of our. Okay, well, you can correct me. I'm happy to be corrected. But the point is, right, we've also had a case that collapsed that has focused on other 2 members of the Labour Party, staffers for the Labour Party. The point I'm trying to make here is that our democracy is clearly under attack. And now we're proposing to build one of the largest embassies that London has right next to one of our most important pieces of infrastructure. Local people and the local council in Tower Hamlets were vehemently against this. So that asking this is asking the Mayor to step up and defend not only Londoners, not only local voices, but our national security. This is beyond serious at this point. The level of activity, espionage activity, that the Chinese government have clearly undertaken here in London is something to be very concerned about. So I do think this is urgent. I do think the Mayor should stand up for Londoners and write to the Secretary of State and ask again for this decision to be reconsidered. And it's not only I think that. Tower Hamlets Council have to think that, and so do local people in Tower Hamlets as well. This is very serious and it should be looked at as a matter of urgency.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best to second.
Thanks, Chair. Formally second, reserve my right.
Anybody wish to contribute to this motion? Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you. We completely agree with you on the issue of the Chinese embassy, and obviously you will have heard Assemblymember Desai speaking about it on numerous occasions because the proposed location is in his constituency. So we have no trouble in supporting the call to action on the Chinese assembly or embassy, depending on where you've got to with that alteration now. And we have no problem with supporting the motion. Now we're hearing it. Our issue and why we didn't vote for it to be taken as an emergency is that information was well known before the deadline for putting in motions, and it seems like a pretty bogus use of the urgent motion by putting in a paragraph at the beginning about counter-terrorism. Now, I don't want
to get into a discussion of that situation, because that is actually a live investigation. And the reason I objected slightly to what you said, Lord Bailey, Assemblymember Bailey, about people who are associated with Labour politicians, actually I think we know that it's a lot more widespread than that. It's not just Labour politicians. There have been Chinese interns found all over Parliament, and not just in Parliament. They've also been associated with other members of the British establishment. So don't get me wrong, we take the threat from China and the desire from the Chinese government to try and infiltrate the establishments of this country very, very seriously. We just didn't think that the way that you used that, and then you didn't reflect that into the call to action, which is probably a good thing, because otherwise you might have been getting yourself into a live court case. But that seems a pretty bogus way of bringing it forward as an urgent motion. But we are happy to vote for this, because we, along with, I hope, every single person in this Assembly, does not wish to see what was the Royal Mint turned into a gigantic Chinese embassy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else want to contribute? I'm seeing nothing. Assemblymember Best, did you want to come back?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to firstly pay tribute to Assemblymember Desai, who has been a wonderful... I think I took Labour apart earlier and said, we'll go home. Well, there's a reason why you're here. And so, Assemblymember Desai, the showing you've put in on standing up for your constituents and London on this has been exemplary. I think you were one of the only elected representatives at those demos, literally on site, standing up, and were willing to challenge, I think, the Mayor and the government across this. So I thank you on behalf of, I hope, the whole Assembly for that work. And just to touch on the point of why this is urgent, and I genuinely think it really is, which is why we have put it in today, is because it is becoming clearer and clearer how deep these ties are, how unarguable the deep-rooted state interference of China and spying is within our government structures. And so to that end, when the evidence becomes clearer and clearer and clearer, it becomes even more indefensible to have a giant embassy enabling those activities within London. The other thing I think makes this urgent is that the more stories come out like this, the story from yesterday, and by the way, there was an emergency motion in Parliament as well, so they considered this an emergency, so I think we can, on the same footing, consider it an emergency too. But the public are now convinced. They know this isn't just a James Bond-esque fantasy of espionage and, fighting in a far-off land. This is real, and this is happening in London, and the public are becoming aware of that. They are on side, I think, with what we want to do in terms of the embassy. And so I think that, for that reason, it is urgent, and I hope we get another shot at convincing those in the higher tiers of government that it is worth reconsidering these plans with this new evidence. Thank you.
Any other contributors? No. Assemblymember Bailey, Lord Bailey, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Just to address this idea that this is bogus as an emergency motion, the House of Commons didn't consider it bogus yesterday, and the House of Lords didn't either. So I'm not sure why we are too august to consider it as an emergency as well. And to be clear, these activities may well be based in all manner of places all over our political establishment and business establishment and elsewhere. But as it stands, what's driving this is a relationship that we're worried about that's happened within the Labour Party, and we want to get to the bottom of this. And if you find people elsewhere, let's dig them all out. But this is about the safety of one of our most important things in this country, A, our democracy, and B, that fibre optic cable is part of the fact that why we are one of the leading financial hubs in the world. This morning, we had a plenary on that whole entire situation of can we remain competitive, can we protect our biggest industry here in London. So that's why it's an emergency. That's why we need another bite at the cherry. That's why we need the Mayor to step up and say to the government, please reconsider this. Because as we've all said on a number of occasions, if London doesn't succeed, the country doesn't succeed. This is the opportunity for the Mayor of London to do something significant for the entirety of this country and wider still. So I commend this motion to you.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
With the small textual amendment.
With the small textual amendment, it looks
I think that looks
unanimous
to me, Chair.
That's
Thank
unanimous.
you.
So, that being said, I think that's all the business we have to deal with today. So I'll bring the meeting to a close. Thank you very much.
The broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand